Please silence your electronic devices at this time. Also, we will be broadcasting live on local channel 23 and Facebook and YouTube. But just to let you know, even if we have to take a recess or a short break, Facebook will continue to broadcast live. And I see Mr. Atalik, si Zusmasis, and bienvenido, Mr. Atalik. So that's all I have as far as administrative matters before we begin. Mr. Babata, Obi, radio? Okay, so we'll begin. Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 1:05 p.m., Wednesday, July 26th, and we are back from recess. Prior to the recess this morning, we were examining the credentials of Miss Michelle Olopai Joab, nominated by Governor Palacios to serve as a member of the Civil Service Commission. So I want to welcome everyone here today, this afternoon, to your Senate chambers. This afternoon, we will begin the examination of the credentials of former governor, retired Governor Juan Nekay Babalta, and Miss Mariah Manibusan Barcinas, both nominated to serve as a board member on the Commonwealth Health Corporation Board of Directors. And if there are no objections from the members, I would like to go back to public comments, even though we've concluded that portion of the agenda this morning. I will go back to public comments to receive any oral testimony or written in support of or in opposition of the nominees this afternoon. So I now open the floor for public comments. You may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Babalta and this August committee. My name is Gregorio Q. Castro, currently the President and CEO of the Pacific Engineering Group and Services. I would like to take this opportunity to openly support the Governor's and Lieutenant Governor's appointment for the confirmation of former Juan N. Babalta for the Commonwealth Health Corporation Board of Trustees representing the island of Saipan. I am most certain that most of us are well aware of Mr. or former Babalta's past experience, but I would like to highlight some of them. I have known Mr. Or former Babalta since I came back from the military and when I worked as the Deputy Director for the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation. I witnessed and supported his leadership when he was in Washington, D.C. as the Washington representative, as the Sinai governor, and the first chief executive officer of CHCC, which I worked with him during those periods. I'm confident that he is one of the most qualified candidates for the position as Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees. Observing Mr. Babalta's solid leadership, experiences, and great care of the health and welfare of the public throughout the years, he deserved to be a member of the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees. Former Governor Babalta leads by example, in which his leadership and loyalty were found both inspiring and motivating by many government agencies, businesses, and the people of the Sinai. His efforts and decisive methods throughout the years led to the success of numerous infrastructures and a lot of accomplishment on the island or on the Sinai. He does not hesitate to challenge anyone as long as it benefits the public interest. He has strong family values, an ethical foundation, and he would do what is right. He is intelligent, dedicated, and impartial. I am confident that former Babauta exhibits many of the qualities that are essential for the CNMI as a member of this board. I highly support the confidence of Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang for the appointment of former Governor Babauta's appointment, and I hope that you will all carefully consider his appointment. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and this August committee.
Jesus Mase, Mr. Castro. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, members, Chairwoman. Tawa ba Finusamoro, kumurusin
Senyor.
niya na lawi.
Consigue.
Inano si Kerry Ramos, ginin ni Islan Lukta. Gagi zo pago giminan mizo ti suspetsa na parogagi hagas magasuloki. Si John. Para pago na confirmation. Law gi magay finato kasi akan mommy, kas Mariah. At gagi zo pago giminan mizo parezi familia ni tisnya man matupago na oni. At torurita kumumprendi problema ni bat kunaireta papaluta dan bagizan hulo. Lao sen bonito na finally guaha mapunta para luta. Kulanista kume un anyo na tempo na taza representative ginin luta. Da megay man malofan na man credit card na issue. Sen magufo sa Magic Hobin. About time na tatutuhon pumega halumi man hubenta. Isti na palabra, mabiba antes na hagas no resulta Lieutenant Governor as Benjamin Taiskan Manglonia, pareman hobin. Ano den fan eskwela, biram zo tati, then setbi publiko azuda tau-tauta. Pos bonito sa ma pega halum, pero fan azuda si Mariah. Mas muna bonito este, hobin, zan, spensa zo boss, dinosaur. Laut, mga man pinababa sa iman mapus na tempulo ki ginin man hobin. Man manay tsansa. Tapos malik na tanay loki tsansa hobin. Tausa iantigo na hinaso. Dan inuibo na hinaso. Para tanagwaha mas adilanto gitanota. Si Mariah napatgon distinedi kiki. Karinyosa. Si Yaya inaagang. Hanunatan si Mariah at sinatgyaw, ay iti finatsatsalik ko, karinyosa. Enigi custombre niya, tangkulo irespeto. Dahil na hinanaw, di binagawa ni respeto. Si Mariah, after says, umanaw mi eskwela, gay respeto na patgon. Zan ready po fanazuda. Sa mi goit, kofsi niya sumagasan lago, sa lago gwa ni swekto. La umanaw mo aki. Está ready po fanazuda. Malada tanay tansa. Eno, gagagawam zo. Kwentagi familia ni matisinya man matupago na momento. O gagagawam zo neno na favor. San ploki parehagas magaso. Adman na tempo na fatsutsui si John DC. Kana 12 years boss no. The megay hinalaw. Ginin visa. Sisinya benti man na zuda. Sa mis mamagufa para aksepta. Nabalad tanay tansa. Sa bonito sa karera. Tanafanada niya manamko sa ni manhobin. Para tanagwa dilanto gitanota. Again, si Jesus Basi, inano si Kerry Ramos.
Jesus Mase, Senor Ramos. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Babauta, Senator Paul Manglonia, Senator Donald Manglonia. My name is Warren Villagomez. I'm here to testify in support of the nomination of Juan Neka Babauta to serve as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. I've known Mr. Babauta for many years. I've worked with him when he was the CEO of CACC from 2011 to 2013. As the CEO of the corporation, Mr. Babauta had integrity, great leadership skills, and was passionate about public health. He was instrumental in transitioning Department of Public Health to the corporation. Mr. Babauta was also a former senator, our governor for 4 years. He knows and understands how our government operates and how to guide and assist CACC with its mission and responsibilities. As a friend, Mr. Babauta is an honest and sincere person. He loves the CNMI and its people, and he continues to accept the call to serve the people. Mr. Babauta would be a tremendous asset to CAC. I humbly ask you to confirm his nomination to the CACC board. Thank you, members, but I also want to include my support to the nominee for the island of Rhoda, Ms. Barcinas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villagomez. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Silino Abauta,
Good afternoon.
and to the members of this honorable committee. My name is Julian Arcomocho, Supervisor for the Child Protective Services under DYS. I have been the immediate supervisor for Mariah for the past 5 years, and she's always ready to tackle any challenges that comes her way every day. I highly recommend Ms. Barcinas to the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees to represent the island of Rhoda. I know that she will be a great asset for the people of Rhoda to ensure that their health and wellness will be of utmost priority. Thank you.
This is a small state, Mr. Camacho. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Babauta and members of this honorable body. My name is Margie S. Mendiola, and I am here in support of Mariah Barcinas' nomination to the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees representing the island of Rhoda. First and foremost, I am very grateful to have known Mariah for a few years now, and I am honored to have witnessed her true commitment to our community's well-being. Mariah is one of the most smart, driven, and positive persons I know. She is very interested and compassionate about our community's healthcare system. I believe that Mariah will work tirelessly to ensure that every patient and their families feel valued and supported throughout their medical journey by developing an environment of trust and responsiveness within CHCC. As a psychology degree holder and her years of experience as a child and family advocate, Mariah understands the vital role of our healthcare system. She is passionate about how our physical and mental health plays a huge role in our daily lives. I am confident that if confirmed, she will advocate for the people of Rhoda and our communities in ensuring that patients receive the support they need. Respectfully, Sinamay resident Margie S. Mendiola.
Thank you, Ms. Mendiola. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, honorable members of this esteemed committee. My name is Ali Tamingya Ogo, and today I stand before you to express my wholehearted support for an exceptional individual who is more than qualified to serve as a member of the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees. This individual's accomplishments and dedication to the well-being of others make her an outstanding candidate for this important role. With a background in psychology, Ms. Barcinas possesses a deep understanding of the human mind and the significance of mental health in overall well-being. This expertise will undoubtedly bring a unique perspective to our healthcare corporation, ensuring that the well-being of our patients remains a top priority. But it doesn't end there. As an employee of the Division of Youth Services, Child Protective Services, her commitment to being a child advocate and family advocate speaks volumes about her character and passion for making a difference in people's lives, most especially those part of our vulnerable population. She has consistently shown unwavering support for families, standing up for their rights and ensuring that their voices are heard. In today's fast-paced world, Numerous complex health issues are becoming increasingly frequent, and it is essential to have someone as young, energetic, and more than capable who will fight for families and prioritize their health on the board. Our candidate, Ms. Barcinas, embodies that spirit and will be a strong voice for the vulnerable communities we serve. She has demonstrated time and again that she has the empathy and compassion necessary to address the unique challenges faced by those in need. By electing her to serve as a member of the Board of Trustees, we will be gaining a valuable asset, one whose qualifications and dedications align perfectly with our hospital's mission to provide the highest standard of care for our patients. Together, we can ensure that our sole healthcare corporation of the CNMI continues to be a beacon of hope and healing for all, with a firm commitment to comprehensive healthcare and support for families in our community. With that being said, I respectfully ask this esteemed body to join all of us in supporting this outstanding individual, Ms. Mariah Barcinas, as she embarks on this new journey of serving as a member of the board. Together, we can make a significant impact on those lives, on the lives of those who we care for, and create a brighter, healthier future for all. Growing up, I was classmates with Mariah in Boise, Idaho. Fast forwarding time, coincidentally, we moved back to start our lives and start work. I had the opportunity to work side by side with her through partnerships with DYS, and she's not just a hardworking go-getter for herself, but I could say that she's a hardworking go-getter for the people around her. And that includes people that she knows and people that she doesn't know. Ms. Barcinas is educated. She knows a lot of things. But like they say, we're young, right? She's young. So there's a lot of things she doesn't know. But she's not afraid to tell you that she doesn't know. But she's also not afraid to tell you that she'll do her research and figure it out. There are solutions to be found with every problem. And with Ms. Barcinas, it's just a matter of time before she finds it. Thank you.
Mrs. Mossy, Mr. Ogle, the floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished senators of this august body. My name is Thomas Sangailen Teboteb, and I am here to express my support for the Honorable Juan Necababauta. He's still my governor. I consider his vast experience, having known him working with the Commonwealth Planning Agency before becoming a senator, moving on to Washington, D.C., and then by him becoming our governor, as Selena can attest. I think the impression that I get from John is that, one, he's very good at listening. He listens a lot before he arrives at a decision. Whether it's popular or not, he likes to listen a lot more, talk less, but mean more. And when you consider his background, having lived in Tanapag Village, then going, making it through the secondary school system, post-secondary school system in the mainland, and even dealing with cabinet level officials in DC, and then coming home and being able to, analyze all those things all together. I think his vast experiences, says it all. With that, I express my full support for his appointment, and I commend the governor and lieutenant for them doing it. Thank you, Tiro.
Caesar Small Sit, Mr. Tabitha. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of this honorable committee, Senator Poe in particular, and Senator Manglonia and other members. For the record, my name is Felipe Q. Atalik from the beautiful city of Walurai, where the governor presently residing. The nomination of Zamba Bauta by the governor becomes the nominee of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, of which I am here to place my full support for the nomination of the nominee, Mr. former Governor Honorable Wamba Bauta. Madam Chair, this committee is blessed to receive such a distinguished honorable person that ever be on record. He has served an honorable positions based from the legislature to the governorship up to the highest elected official to the U.S. Congress. Mr. Babalta credential, Your Honor, is very useful, that it can be of great help to the people of the Northern Marianas, and in particular serving the Board of Trustees for the CSC. He has a huge obligation to review whatever that it needs to be reviewed and amend anything that needs to be corrected. With that, Madam Chair, I am also like to extend my other support to the other nominee, and my nomination in support of the former Governor Babauta should not be misconstrued in relationship with what I have with him. In fact, by propinquity, Madam Chair, I'm not a distant relative to Mr. Honorable Governor Babauta. I am his uncle. So my testimony in support of that is basically based on his credentials and the past distinguished outstanding services to the people of the Northern Marianas. And that concludes my testimony, Madam Chair.
Caesar Small Sit, Senor Atalik. The floor is still open. If there are no other interested parties to present oral or written testimony, I will close that portion of the agenda at this time. And for the record, we also received a letter of support from Ms. Esther Lizama Munya, the Chief Executive Officer of Commonwealth Health Center Corporation, in support of both nominees, as well as letters of support for Ms. Mariah Barcinas from Miss Juanisha Villanueva, Mr. Charles A. Manglonia from District 7, Municipality of Rhoda, Ms. Laura Ogle from the 1st Senatorial District, Municipality of Rhoda, Ms. Vivian T. Sablon, Administrator for the Division of Youth Services, DCCA, Mr. Den Manglonia, Professional Engineer, Ms. Christine C. Aldon, Ms. Quaid, Mr. Quaid, and I'm sorry if I butcher your last name, I will try not to. Nirongor. Miss Anna B. Adda, Miss Alice Mundo, and Miss Shalane A. Manglonia, residents of Rhoda. For the record also, the committee did not receive any letters in opposition of the nominations for retired Governor Juan Babauta and Miss Barcinas. At this time, I would like to invite the Special Assistant for Administration, Mr. Oscar Babauta, and both nominees to please come and join us in the chamber. And Mr. Babauta's role here is to formally introduce the nominees and present them to the committee. And while we wait for them to get settled, I just wanted to let everybody know that each member of this committee has an inherent responsibility and the prerogative to ask probing questions of the nominees and exploratory questions as well. And that is the legislature exercising its authority under the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth to vet the nominations and credentials of nominations from the executive branch. It is a procedure unique to the Senate. I now open the floor for Mr. Babauta for his remarks.
Sis Masita Lumbiay, Madam Chair, I hope you're not tired of seeing my face here daily. I know that for a fact that in an hour and a half, we'll be having another hearing for our CPA nominee for the Board of Directors. Once again, I thank you, Madam Chair, and your esteemed members, Senator Paul, Senator Donald, for the opportunity this afternoon to once again appear and present to you the EAGI committee, the administration's nominees. For the record, my name is Oscar Mbauta, the Special Assistant for Administration. And on behalf of Governor Honor I. Palacios and that of Lieutenant Governor David M. Apateng, I thank you once again for the opportunity this afternoon to appear before you today. I am officially here to formally introduce the governors and the Lieutenant Governor's nominee for our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees. None other than my good brother, former Governor Juan N. Babauta, a senator, a Washington representative, and back to the glory days of serving our community in the Marianas. And representing the 3rd Senatorial District from the island of Saipan, to the immediate right, my right is Ms. Mariah Amber Barcinas, representing the 1st Senatorial District, the island of Rhoda. The Honorable Juan M. Babauta served the Commonwealth with distinct honor as he entered the political arena in 1986 and was elected senator for the Northern Marianas Islands 3rd Senatorial District, Saipan. He then became a resident representative for the United States in Washington, D.C., serving 3 terms from 1990 to 2002, prior to him becoming a governor in 2002 to 2006. Mr. Babauta has no doubt, to all of us, has obtained his BA degree of Science in American History, a Master of Arts in Political Science from Eastern New Mexico University, and of course, a Master of Science degree in Health Planning and Administration from the University of Cincinnati, to which he became the CEO of the Commonwealth Health Planning Committee towards building our first modern hospital in the Northern Marianas. Ms. Barcinas, Mariah Amber Barcinas, on the other hand, is a professional individual with an experience in both public and private sector. Ms. Barcinas is currently with the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs, Division of Youth Services, Child Protective Services, performing intervention programs. Ms. Barcinas received her BA degree in psychology, minor in communication at Concordia University of Portland, and received her Master's of Science in 2022. Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apateng placed their full trust and confidence in both Mr. Babauta and Ms. Barcinas to serve the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees. I know they stand ready to answer to your questions and present your plans for the future health of our Commonwealth Health Care Corporation. Their long history, professional services, credentials, and commitment to serving the Commonwealth in this capacity makes them a viable candidate. Therefore, the administration and the entire administration team kindly ask for your expeditious approval so that we once again continue to roll forward our healthcare programs in the Commonwealth. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to introduce the two nominees to this August body, and we look forward to your favorable confirmation, or rather consideration and confirmation to the full Senate in the coming days. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will see you in hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babauta. At this time, I would like to invite both nominees to please rise and raise your right hand, and I will recognize the Legislative Assistant, Mr. Makaranas, to administer the oath. May I ask you to please rise and raise your right hand?
Mr. Juan Nekay Babauta and Ms. Mariah Barcinas, you do solemnly swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give in the matter at hand shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. For the record, Mr. Juan Nekay Babauta was nominated by Governor Palacios on June 23, 2023 to represent the 3rd Senatorial District, the municipality of Saipan, and the Northern Islands, and Ms. Mariah Barcinas was nominated on May 16th, 2023 to represent the 1st Senatorial District, the municipality of Rhoda. At this time, I will open up the floor to the nominees if you would like to make any opening remarks, and we can begin with you, Ms. Barcinas.
Half a day and good afternoon, Chairwoman Babauta and members of the EAGI committee. My name is Mariah Barcinas, and I come before you all today to express my interest in serving as a member of the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation Board of Trustees to represent the island of Rhoda. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation functions as the CNMI's only hospital and includes several departments, including the emergency department, a dialysis unit, all public health functions, outpatient clinics, and mental and behavioral health services. For about 45 years, CHCC has been committed in ensuring that every person in the CNMI has access to healthcare. I believe that my qualifications and personal strengths align with CHCC Board of Trustees' needs and mission. My experience as a qualified mental health associate and my current role as an intervention specialist at the Division of Youth Services, Child Protective Services, further enhances my understanding of the diverse needs of our people in the CNMI. The Board of Trustees is accountable to the hospital and the CNMI for overseeing the hospital's best interests. If given the opportunity to serve as a member of the CHCC Board of Trustees, I will do my part to ensure that the hospital's overall mission and best interests are always at the forefront. Part of the responsibilities as a Board of Trustee is to develop long-term goals and policies for the hospital by making strategic plans and decisions. As such, it is my plan, if given the opportunity to serve on the board, to work towards improving healthcare efficiency and responding to the needs of our community on all 3 islands by emphasizing and supporting outreach efforts and education. We see firsthand our families having to travel outside the CNMI to receive the healthcare treatment they need. Then we read in the news about the medical referral dilemma. I understand our island's demands for scarce healthcare resources. It is for this very reason that I vow to be a steward to ensure the most efficient utilization of the CHCC's facilities and resources. Thank you all for your time and consideration. I want to also take this time to thank my family and friends, including my DYS family, most especially my CPS family, for their continued support.
To Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang, thank you for your confidence in my leadership to carry out the mandates of the CHCC Board of Trustees. Chairwoman Babauta and members of the EAGI committee, thank you all for this opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Barcinas. Mr. Babauta, the floor is open for you.
And to the two senators that are here representing this committee, I thank you for, appreciate the time to be here. And first, I would like to express my appreciation to those that came forward to support my nomination as well as the nomination of my hopefully co-partner here on the board. And I just want to let them know that I appreciate that very much. I have a very long statement here to make. I get right to the issue of the healthcare delivery system in the CNMI, but I will make it short. Should the Senate confirm me as a board member, the following are areas of interest that as a member I would focus on. Number one, I like to see the CHCC to be better financially, so that CAC, the hospital, and the health centers in Rhoda and Tinian can deliver better healthcare for the people. And secondly, I would like to see that we can improve the health status of the people of the CNMI. That's a very broad statement and a very broad issue, and I'm happy to get into those issues. If you look at the health status of the people of the CNMI, it really is an indicator of the kind of healthcare delivery system that we should need to provide care for our people. And third, to improve the quality of healthcare by adopting best practices. It's always good to look at other jurisdictions' way of doing business and delivering care to the people. And it'll be in that kind of direction that I will be working with my other colleagues on the board, should I be approved by this committee and the Senate, to be working with the other members closely. And number four, I would like to, in the future, revisit Public Law 19-78, which is the law that amended the previous law that created the Healthcare Corporation. I want to revisit some of the provisions of the law to further clarify the roles of between the CNMI government and the CAC in the delivery of healthcare in the CNMI. I feel that the delivery of healthcare in the CNMI requires a very strong and unwavering partnership between the government and CHC. Without this partnership, CHC cannot do it alone. There's just no doubt about that. Both have critical roles that needs to be made clear and concise. So that's what I'd be looking forward to doing, and I'd be very glad to go into more details on each one of these areas that I mentioned, and I look forward to discussing this with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Babauta. At this time, I will open up the floor for the members to begin the question and answer program portion of our agenda. But first, before I do that, how are you guys feeling?
Good.
And I will say good morning, even though it's afternoon, because Governor Babauta only says good morning, whether it's afternoon or evening. So good morning.
My
both of you.
apologies, Madam Chair. Good
It's
afternoon.
it's no offense or anything, but I've known him quite some time. And for the record, also, former Governor Babauta was my former boss when he was governor. However, this committee is required to submit conflicts of interest, and I have not conflicted myself out, as I have no pecuniary interest in the relationship I have with Mr. Juan Nekai Babauta, nor do I have any business or other than second degree, third degree familial relationship with him. And at this time, I will open up the floor for the members. Recognize Senator Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, former Governor and Ms. Barcinas. And thank you for coming in today and for just accepting this nomination to the CHCC Board of Trustees. Mr. Ramos earlier mentioned this quote by former LT Benjamin Manglonia, and that's, going out and getting your degree and experiences and then coming back and sharing that experiences with their people. And so thank you both for doing that and for coming back and contributing to our community. I guess just general questions for both of you, and then I'll try to go down into specifics with each individual. But to start off, I guess for both of you, what are some of the biggest challenges that you think the CHCC is facing right now, and your plans to address them? And I know, Governor, you mentioned 4 specific topics, but just a general concern about CHCC and your plans to address those. Ms. Barcinas, if you want to begin.
I know after reviewing the transition report and as well as talking to some constituents on Rhoda, I believe that there are a lot of issues. One of the ones that were brought up to me were the lack of resources, especially at the Rhoda Health Clinic, and I believe that the root of a lot of the issues that CHC faces is really the scarce resources. I believe that in order to address the problems head on, we need to also address the resources. And if confirmed, I can do that by reviewing the regulations and working alongside the other members to develop policies and procedures that align with the regulations, and as well as looking at available resources and new avenues, both at the local and federal level, and to look at how we could make healthcare more sustainable in all 3 islands.
Senator, that was a very good question, and I appreciate that. My biggest concern right now, there are a lot of things, a lot of issues surrounding CHCC, the hospital, the health center in Rhoda and Tinian. But when I look at the payer mix, meaning the revenue that comes into the CHCC, I see that Medicaid payments comprise of about 61% of the revenue. Medicare is about 20%. Private payers, these are private insurance, are about 19%, and self-pay is about 1%. So the picture is such that the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation is heavily reliant on Medicare and Medicaid payments. And one of the things that concerns me a lot is the development of the Medicaid State Health Plan. As you know, the Medicaid State Health Plan is a state-federal partnership that has to be developed by the state. The state Medicaid plan is not a function of CHCC. The state Medicaid health plan is a function of the CNMI government. And so what goes into the state plan is going to directly impact the financial standing and, the CHC being the receiving end of what comes out of the state plan. So I would be working very closely with some member in the development of the Medicaid state health plan. So make sure that what we put into the state plan benefits the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and other health clinics throughout the islands. And it is very crucial. And one of the things that I learned about CMS, CMS being Medicare and Medicare services, is that if you communicate with them and you articulate the issues that involves the people of the CNMI, they tend to listen, and they can be flexible. So if I get the opportunity to work with the development of the state health plan with the CNMI government, and then work with our federal partners in Region 9, that we can enhance the ability of the healthcare corporation to benefit from what we put into the state health plan, and which is very crucial financially. So that's one of the things that concerns me a lot, and I look forward to working with the staff at CHCC, the other board members, in carving out or putting into the state health plan provisions that benefits us down the road financially, CHC being the receiving end, and the benefits that comes out of the state plan.
Thank you both for those responses. And I'm glad you brought that up, Governor, regarding CMS, and that currently we, in our recent discussions with CEO Munya, that was one of the topics that was brought up, and that we're trying to look for other avenues in addressing the needs of the referral system, and that's looking at foreign, or our foreign neighbor countries that could provide the services to our people, but allowing Medicaid to pay for these services in these foreign countries. And so one of the recommendations that she made was for the state plan to be amended to include these foreign countries that can accept these services. I think if I can just go into Governor's points. The second point that you mentioned was to improve the health status, and you mentioned that was a broad explanation, but can you just briefly elaborate on that?
If I may just go back to that point on the foreign healthcare providers that you mentioned, Senator, that's very important. And the reason why we cannot send off island for care to foreign hospitals is that Medicaid would not reimburse Medicaid qualified patients sent off to foreign hospitals, because it is not in the state plan and it is not CMS approved. And so therefore, that's one of the things that if we work in shaping what goes into the state plan, one of them would be exactly that, which you mentioned, is that we want to include that in the state plan and have that be approved by CMS, so that we can have the ability to have Medicaid reimbursed Medicaid patients being sent off to foreign hospitals. Your question about the health status of the people of the CNMI, or?
Yeah, you mentioned that as one of your initiatives.
I have a lot of notes here, and I'm Senator, again, you asked a very important question, and that is the health status of the people of the CNMI. And when you look at the statistics and the data, it is very concerning. Let me just kind of go over some of these figures. 20% of the adult population of the CNMI, based on the 2020 census, which I got from our Department of Commerce, 20% of the adult population are diabetic. and 50% of the population is hypertensive. And 1 out of 5 have high cholesterol. That's why my good friend and colleague, Liling John Regis, always have gout. And 1 in 4 not getting enough fruits and vegetables. And then 1 in 3 have very little physical activity. So I can conclude from this that the health status of the people of the Sinamay is very concerning. And this is what is driving healthcare costs. The less unhealthy the population is, the cost of healthcare is driven up. The more unhealthy the population is, the more healthy the population is, cost is driven down. The more unhealthy the population is, the cost is driven up. So one of the things that I would like to work with with my other members on issues concerning the hospital would be public health. I would like to see more primary and preventative healthcare being given more attention as opposed to the focus now, which is basically just curative, people getting sick, and just that's all our focus is. Sick people, we're sending them off island, taking care of them. We ought to be looking at more primary care and preventative care so that a healthier population would drive costs down as opposed to unhealthy population driving costs up.
Thank you. And, I'm glad you brought up those points again because just looking at the previous reports of even uncompensated care pre-pandemic, we were looking at 18 million for 2018, another 18.9 for 2019. It dropped significantly low in 2021 and 22 because of the presumptive eligibility. But now that that's over, we may see an increase in uncompensated care. But you did say there should be a shift in focus in public health because now that the HNP, the medical referral, is now back to CHCC, that might pose a bigger problem in terms of how can we continue to cover the cost for these uncompensated care at the same time medical referral. Maybe now we can hear from Ms. Mariah any ideas as to how we can kind of address those issues in trying to reduce the cost of these operating expenses while addressing the issues that are surrounding the CNMI.
Yes, so I will first review the regulations within the Medical Referral Services office and work alongside the other members to develop policies and procedures that align with those regulations. I will also work with them to look at available resources for medical referral services, look at how we could make it more sustainable, and of course we have to consider a lot of factors like hotel accommodations, ground transportations, and other factors. But I think reviewing the regulations first, because I can imagine that there are a lot of guidelines too on the federal level too that we need to follow. So reviewing the regulations would be my first step.
I guess in addition to reviewing regulations, maybe looking at and possibly lobbying to the legislature, especially the House. And I mean, one of the ways that we kind of saw to address this situation was the possibility of increasing taxes on tobacco or sugar and sweetened beverage products, so that not only does it become more expensive to purchase these, it kind of maybe I don't know, maybe it would deter people from spending more on these products, making it harder for them to attain, while also, I don't know, maybe the increase in these taxes could be used to support medical referral or programs that would, provide more information to the people to try to address the bigger problems like cancer or diabetes or all these hypertension and cholesterol. I know that the hospital is working on trying to push out more programs. Recently, the Walkability Institute, which I was invited to be a part of, was dormant for quite some time, but it looks like they're now reviving that. And so I hope that Ms. Mariah, as a representative for Rhoda, which the seat has been vacant for quite some time now, is now in there to kind of help address the needs and how we can also provide those services to the other districts. Governor, you were very instrumental in this Public Law 1978, in the sense that you were part of this transition between public health into a corporation. Do you see some of the challenges from back then that are still prevalent today? And if so, what do you think are the challenges that are trying to prevent the hospital from addressing these issues? Or if you've seen improvement, how can you further expound on that?
Senator, a very, very good question. I really appreciate that. When the corporation was created, they gave it a $5 million seed money to operate on, assuming that the law assumed that the rest of the money would be revenues that the hospital would develop. And so we went from a $45 million line department, public health, Department of Health, to a $5 million seed money. And if you're a CPA and you go from that point to this point where you go from 45 million to $5 million seed money, you really should be filing for bankruptcy. But we kept the hospital alive. And one of the things that kept it alive was the proposal that we put forward in before CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to look at giving us the ability to adopt the certified public expense methodology, which they approved for us. And that, in my opinion, saved the hospital. It saved us from closing down the hospital essentially. And if we close down CAC, we might as well close down the health centers in Rhode and Tinan as well, because the bulk of the money started coming in from CMS. There's other things that I would like to kind of work with the legislature with, and if confirmed by the Senate, you're going to be seeing a lot more of me and the other members coming to the legislature, because I view the partnership between the healthcare corporation and this legislative body as very essential, very important, and we will continue to share information with you and to talk about options about how we can better deliver healthcare to the people of Sinai. Our books will, and this, in my opinion, will be wide open. We were going to share. I will share with you everything about our financial standing, our financial situation, because that's the only way that I feel that this body can help us, if we're open with everybody. And those are the things that come to mind. I also, just kind of going back to your comment about the pre-pandemic and the uncompensated care and how these two items relate. We get the presumptive Medicaid program that CMS extended to us, and a lot of people took advantage of that. And so but that's over now. And so I'm projecting that we're going to be looking at an increase, going back, an increase in the need for referring patients off island. There's no question also that there are medical care services that we're just not going to be able to deliver here in the CNMI. So we have to send patients off island. And the commitment by this body, this government, is essential for us to continue to do that. And I look at doing that as being, we have to create this partnership. We have to get a commitment from the people, from the government, in order for us to continue the medical referral program.
Thank you for that. And again, just to elaborate more or expound on one of your points, improving healthcare by adopting best practices. I think that your comment on working closely with the legislature could also assist us in understanding, this idea of universal healthcare that has been thrown around. I did, during our budget hearing with CHCC, ask Ms. Caitlin, CSO, Ms. Kate, to also look into that. But if the trustees can also kind of assist the legislature in trying to see which jurisdiction we can mirror off of, and trying to see how we can adopt and implement this universal healthcare that is, I guess, that makes sense for the CNMI. If that's even a possibility, but at least starting off with the feasibility study to see how that would work for the CNMI. So
I think you were reading my notes, because I have that here. I said, in the second point that I made is to work with the legislature to explore options for universal coverage. That's going to be a challenge. It's kind of the idea of Medicare for all. And, of course, that's a federal issue. And Medicare for all, I don't think is going to ever materialize, because, it's going to require a lot of money for the federal government to adopt a Medicare for all. But if we can look at the CNMI and look at universal care, I mean, we can look at options on how to do this. And this is a study or a task for the future for us, and on how we can provide coverage for everyone. I welcome this challenge, and as a board member, these are things that excites me. As a board member, I'm not gonna just sit and stay idle and twiddle my thumb and remain business as usual. One of the things that I look forward to is working with the federal partners, primarily CMS. Those people, when you present the issues to them and you talk about genuinely about how we can improve the healthcare delivery system of the people of the CNMI and improving the health status of the people of the CNMI, they listen and they're very sympathetic. So this is delivering healthcare, good healthcare in the CNMI. This is not just a local level issue. We have a great partner in CMS, and we ought to take advantage of that partner. And I look forward to facilitating that.
thank you. And I hope to work closely with you if confirmed. to try to identify ways in which we can improve that. In closing, Ms. Mariah, I think that in this day and age, mental health is such a huge priority with the current administration on the national level, as well as here, and trying to address the lack thereof of professionals in that field. And so I hope that with your degree in psychology and your experiences as a advocate for families and youth, being in CPS, I hope that you can bring some of that expertise into the trustee board of trustees, and see how we can also expand services, mental health services to our people, maybe, and trying to see how we can attract and bring in people in the behavioral specialist or mental health field. And so in closing, I just want to again congratulate you both for taking this step in trying to assist our people in trying to solve one of the biggest issues that we're facing today, and that's healthcare. Not in the sense that they're not fully providing services, but because it's such a huge corporation that requires a lot of financial support, not just from federal government, but also the CNMI. I yield at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Manglonia. I recognize Senator Paul Manglonia.
Chairwoman. First, I want to thank you two for accepting the nomination, and I want to thank our governor actually and our lieutenant governor for appointing another two excellent nominees. One today is a young person, and the other one is as old as me. One is a female, another female nominee from the governor. We had many already, two yesterday, excellent nominees, and one is male, and one is my granddaughter, and the other one is my brother. So I'm not going to ask questions, Chair. I don't want to be criticized, but I think we heard this afternoon their commitment, their plans, and we know that they will offer their hard work, and I think we can sleep better at night knowing that the challenges that we're going to be facing with CHCC and public health system in the CNMI, and them representing us. I have every confidence, and I'm looking forward to working with you two on many issues, one of which is, as was discussed, is medical referral. Since this administration came in, unfortunately, faced with the many financial issues and challenges, that's all we've been getting here, phone calls, people trying to go off island, or already, by the way, in San Diego or in Hawaii or in Guam, being chased out and from their hotels, or being told to, from now on, food all the medical expenses. These are issues that come back to us, and are big challenges for Rhoda. I think it's the hemodialysis system. We need to somehow figure out what to do about that. We have many patients here on Saipan, and I think with what's going on in the U.S., even on Guam, they have centers, hemodialysis centers all over the villages now. So with telemedicine, and with advancement in technology, I'm sure that we can cut the cost down and still be able to have these services on Rhoda and maybe in Tinian. The other issue is on medical referral is at times, for example, when we find some help financially for medical referral, sometimes Rhoda and Tinian gets left behind, because we get calls that, well, they give subsistence allowance to those in Hawaii or San Diego. They do not give subsistence allowance to the patients from Rhoda and Tinian. because it's a different source of funding. But nonetheless, the reason they go off island is because their services is not available there, and they have to come to Saipan where it's available here on Saipan. So I know that you're both aware of what's going on. So I'm just going to say that I'm kind of looking forward to working with the governor and Mariah to address many of these issues. So that's what I have, Madam Chair. Thank you, and Sizu Sumase.
Thank you, Senator Manglonia. Ms. Barcinas, if confirmed, we've already heard from Governor Babauta. If confirmed to serve as a member of the Board of Trustees for CHCC, what would be your priorities to improve CHCC, its financial standing, and the services that they provide?
So one of the biggest issues, especially after talking to residents of Rhoda, is really the medical referral. If confirmed, I want to potentially revisit the referral program, identify any gaps, and I can do this by helping implement policies and procedures to prioritize healthcare treatment and accommodations within and outside the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Governor Babauta, you mentioned earlier about having a partnership with the central government, partnership between central government and CHCC. What do you envision that partnership to look like? Is it 50-50? I guess, if you could elaborate for us, what role would the central government play in the services provided by CHCC or its financial standing?
Not really sure and clear on your question, but
You mentioned earlier that you envision a partnership because CHCC cannot make it alone.
that's
There
right.
has to be
That's right.
more support, if I'm
Okay.
hearing it correctly. So what do you envision?
I understand now. As you know, I'm sorry if I'm going to be repeating myself here, but the development of the Medicaid state plan is a function of the Sinamay government. There's a federal-state partnership. It is not, the development of the state plan is not a function of CHC, but we can have some input in the development of the state plan, and what goes into the state plan is very key. That's why, and I think that the involvement of the legislature is going to be key here, because we're going to need your support in what goes into the state plan. For example, the inclusion of foreign hospitals or foreign providers for which we can send off medical referral patients that can be recognized and reimbursed by Medicaid. If we cannot, currently that is not in the state plan, and that's why we cannot send Medicaid patients off to those facilities, because Medicaid will not reimburse them. And it requires partnership. If CAC, the corporation, or the board members or the CEO would ever go to CMS in San Francisco, it would be nice to have a member of the legislature accompany us or have a meeting with these officials, whether in San Francisco or here, with a resolution supporting those provisions in the state plan, in the Medicaid state plan that we would attempt to put in. So those are the things. That's the kind of partnership that I foresee in order for us to be successful in putting together a state plan that addresses the issue, the financial issue, because like I said, what goes in the state plan directly impacts the delivery of healthcare in the CNMI, in view of the fact that Medicare and Medicaid together comprise of about 81% of the revenue that goes into CHCC. So they play a major role.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I'm glad you're including the legislature in these conversations, because oftentimes, as it is happening now, we know that CHCC is in fact trying to change the state plan, but we're excluded from that conversation. Totally excluded, other than being informed that they want to make changes. We don't know what the changes they want to make are. So I'm glad you're including the legislature as a part of that conversation in the negotiations with CMS and CHCC and the central government. Do you have anything further to add, or no?
Madam Chair, if the legislature is not included in the discussion, I'm not gonna blame the members of the legislature for not supporting the effort, because you wouldn't know, what's going on. That's why we all have to be sharing information and discussing these issues together. It is very important, because CHCC needs the support of the legislature. There's just no going around that.
Thank you.
The CACC needs the support of Governor Arnold Palacios as the head of the CNMI government, as governor, and he plays a very important, critical role in the development of the Medicaid state health plan.
Thank you. I want to touch upon the municipality, the health centers in the municipality, and emphasize the need for emergency care in Rhoda and Tinian. A recent incident was brought up to my attention wherein somebody from Tinian specifically went to the health clinic and was only to come to find out that the doors to the health clinic were closed. This is after hours. So I'd like to ask you, should you be confirmed, to please look into healthcare facilities in the municipalities and see what we can do to help those people, because they are, in need of emergency care as well as those in Saipan. One thing I'd like to touch upon is the federal touchback provision. CHCC in a previous meeting in these very chambers indicated that they will be severely impacted, or moderately maybe impacted. They will stand to lose around 20 to 25 healthcare professionals because of the federal touchback provision. Ms. Barcinas, would you like to chime in on that issue? Federal touchback is the current regulation that will be implemented by the U.S. immigration, wherein contract workers will have to depart the CNMI for until their permits or authorization is approved. Would you like to chime in on that and lend us your thoughts on how we can bridge that gap should we lose? This is a very concerning issue. So
Yes, and I can understand too the how complex it might be because of the federal possible federal regulations. So I would also need to review more on the policies and procedures regarding the touchback.
thank you. Governor Babauta, would you like to lend us your thoughts on possible solutions to that, or?
Yeah, I kind of brought this issue up of the touchback issue and how that is going to impact the hospital specifically. And the response I got was there's no question that it's going to have an impact. How much of an impact, whether it's going to, as you said, moderately impacted or severely impacted. But I get the sense from the CEO, Esther Muña, that it is not going to be that kind of an impact where it's
Okay.
going to adversely affect the hospital. But there is going to be some effect. And so we need to plan ahead to make sure that we mitigate this issue before it becomes, before it materializes, and we don't want to put the hospital in jeopardy at all. The touchback provision is an issue of the U.S. immigration.
Mhm.
We have very little control over that, other than perhaps maybe working with Congressman Kilili to see how he can address this legislatively at the U.S. Congress level. This is a sensitive issue with the U.S. Congress, as you know. They're not looking to amending the touchback provision at all, I heard. So we're going to have to buckle down and see what we can do here at home ourselves.
Thank you. I recognize Senator Paul Manglonia.
Thank you. Maybe what the two new nominees can look into once confirmed is, in the first place, why are they solely relying on CW permits? Why don't they look at H1? It's because H1 would take us away from that requirement. So it could be that that's the easiest and most convenient way. But I think that H1 have their advantages also, and especially if the Board of Professional Licensing, as we have been recommending to them, start to as a way of generating revenue. We keep bringing this up is to open up, I guess, take the taking of NCLEX in the cinema. That could bring us revenues in the millions that we're not taking advantage, because there are many nurses that want to take that. They're not necessarily going to be working here, but once they're licensed, even if they go to the US, they continue to pay annually the nursing license registration renewal fee. And so H1 may be something that you can discuss so that we don't have to use up our CW permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paul. Senator Dennis Manglonia.
Donald, Madam Chair.
Donald.
And just to add on to that, add on to Senator Paul's recommendation, I think also just looking at NMC and investing in their nursing program. I mean, they've graduated RNs out of NMC, and so maybe also looking at that as another way to increase our capacity at CHCC by using our local resources and our local our graduates of NMC. Just wanted to add on that as you look at ways to solve that issue. But back to you, Chair. But if you're done, I have just a few more. But
I don't
you-
have any more questions. And I think just to be safe, I'll refer to both of you as Senator Manglonia, and no first names mentioned. I always seem to fumble. Well, you may proceed, Senator Manglonia.
Now, which one? I think one thing that the chair had brought up was the partnership with the government, and then I was looking back at Ms. Perley. I was like, I think the partnership financially is 1 to 175 million, where right now the CACC is proposed to get $1 from the general revenues, and so just something that we hope to get out of the CACC and trustee is to look at other ways to address the shortfall by, again, increasing taxes on certain commodities that could address health needs that affect our health. Another thing to address is again, Senator Paul had mentioned the dialysis. Right now, and I'm learning as I go that the CNMI now offers home dialysis, and I guess it's just trying to advertise it more in a sense where our patients are comfortable doing it and are fully informed of how to operate it so that they can return home and do dialysis at their homes themselves. I know it's still something new. I think from my conversations with dialysis patients is that they're afraid of the outcome. They're afraid of whether they might do the wrong thing that would eventually cause more problems. And so maybe researching more about some of the issues of that, but also trying to build that confidence with our patients in understanding how it works and how that may support them so that they can perform the dialysis themselves comfortably in their own homes. But and going over back again to medical referral, especially inter-island medical referral, please look at the response time for emergency services. I know recently, and this was not too long ago, where we lost a child because it took so long for a medevac services to come to Rota and transport them to Guam. And so that's one of the big issues that unlike Tinian, you can easily fly the planes at night to bring over the patients, but Rota's much further destination. And so how can we reduce the response time to address emergency needs? Additionally, the municipality have been burdened with covering some of the lodging costs and transportation costs for inter-island patients. As you know, we have 2 facilities on Saipan that houses these patients, the one over at Aslito and the one at Navy Hill. And part of our contribution is trying to maintain these facilities so that we can further provide these housing to our patients. But we are also burdened by the need to renovate these facilities. And so if CACC can offer their assistance, because this not only would support the program, but also save the hospital some money, because instead of housing patients at a hotel for on the daily, they can utilize these long-term facilities that would eventually save with CHCC. So those are just additional issues that I wanted to bring up to both of you so that, if confirmed, this is something that you can look at and see how we can address those. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I want to share something here with this committee, and if you can give me a couple minutes to do it.
Sure.
I want to share some success stories and the idea of building on to those successes for the future. To me, perhaps one of the biggest success story within the last year. This is to paint the picture that down at the hospital at CACC is not all doom and gloom, right? So perhaps the biggest success story within the last year is the change in the Medicaid ratio by the U.S. Congress, in which the CNMI share is now 17%. The federal share is 83%. And the 17% is probably the lowest ever, probably the lowest in the nation. I checked around and it's probably is the lowest in the nation. This is largely due to the hard work, and credit should be given where it's due. Hard work of Congressman Kilili. He deserves a lot of credit in making this happen. When you look at the history of it, historically, for a long time, Medicaid ratio was 50-50. Federal government puts up $1, we put up $1. Now, all they have to do is they put up 83 cents, we put up 17 cents. So we've gone a long way. So it's, to me, the 83.17 is a success story because it lessens the burden on us financially. So we went from 50 ratio to 55-45 under Obamacare, and then today it's 83, and we cannot find that anywhere. This is significant. To me, this is a success story. The other thing is that before we opened the dialysis center, Senator Donald talking about dialysis, the peritoneal dialysis, that's been going on for since I've known in 2000, I think 2004, 2005. So, years have passed. So I think that the people who are on peritoneal dialysis are getting comfortable in doing that in their homes. And I hope that if they're still afraid, perhaps there should be more training and so that they are comfortable using that at home. When we opened up the dialysis in around 2005, 2006, the CNMI referred all dialysis patients off island. Can you imagine we have over 200, maybe even close to 250 dialysis patients on the island? And if we were to refer all 250 off island, we'd be in financial straits. So today, we are treating those patients. The hospital alone, we're treating about 180 patients. And outside dialysis centers, about 60 plus, maybe up to upwards of 80 patients. So this is a success story in which we are now providing dialysis treatment on island as opposed to referring all these patients off island prior to the opening of our dialysis center here in Saipan. Since the CAC's oncology center, we opened up the oncology center here in 2020. Off-island referrals for oncology-related issues have dropped by over 50%. Again, this is significant because it reduces the cost of referring the medical referral costs for patients going off island. And as you know, oncology is the study of tumors and neoplastic diseases involving the growth of tissue that has no physiological function. And there are a lot of cases that a lot of incidences of that from the population in general. So it's been a tremendous success to me opening up the oncology center. Orthopedics. I think we have an orthopedist on board in CAC. If not, we may have a visiting one. This also, having an orthopedist, has significantly reduced off-island referrals of orthopedic patients, also close to by 70%. So these are success stories that we sometimes overlook. Yes, orthopedists are like cardiologists, radiologists are expensive, but when you look at the dollar figures and the impact that it has in reducing the cost of referring patients off island, it is very positive. Now, I just want to, looking to the future, to continue on this success, we can look at cancer patients. How do we care for cancer patients here on island? We can open up a cancer center for cancer patients. Laboratory services, so we don't have to send blood samples, specimens off island for testing and analysis. we can do the testing here, results be read by a qualified doctor, physician, or a pathologist off island and the test results be sent back electronically in an instant. And right now, the laboratory at CAC and Rhoda are the only laboratories with clinical laboratory improvement. This is being CLIA certified. They conduct these labs. They conduct moderate to high complexity tests. Going forward, there is no and to me, one of the ways to lower costs. TNN right now is the only lab that is not CLIA certified. So to me, going forward, there's no reason why TNN cannot be CLIA certified. And this, if we do that, it'll lower, it will cut costs, and we can serve the patients of TNN much better and much faster. So those are the things that I look forward to doing and working with the other board members if confirmed by the Senate. The radiology, for example, we currently offer X-ray, CT, ultrasound, mammogram, and the bones density scans. To improve on radiology, we can expand to other sophisticated equipment, such as MRI and equipment that has to do with urology. Urology has become an issue for older men like myself, who's been viewed upon as a dinosaur. And it comes with age. And so urology is going to be very, very important area of diagnostic services. These are very important because it gives the doctors so much more clarity in their diagnosis and confidence in treating their patients. If we give them good lab results and we give them good radiology results, the doctors, you keep our doctors happy. So those are the areas, the successes that I see being the Medicaid ratio being changed to the lowest ever in CNMI if it benefits us financially. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the members, I'll close up this portion of today's hearing. I do want to say that before the committee dismisses both of you, I want to express the confidence of this committee in your educational achievements and professional experiences. And it would be our privilege as a committee to advance your nomination to recommend confirmation of your nomination to the full Senate body. Governor Babauta, there can be no doubt of your qualifications to serve in any board member. And Ms. Barcinas, we hope that you expand, although you're not in the healthcare per se field, you're in social services. We hope that you continue to expand your knowledge and experience in allied healthcare services. And with that, it would be, again, this committee's privilege to advance your nomination to the full Senate. So thank you, and you are dismissed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Donald and Senator Paul and members. Madam
Short
Chair,
recess.
Jesus Mossy.
And everyone to please take a moment at this time to silence all your electronic devices. Ready, members? Good afternoon, everyone. We're back from recess. It is now 3:08 p.m. and prior to the recess, we had just concluded the vetting of the nominees for CHCC's Board of Trustees, Governor Juan Nekai Babauta and Miss Mariah Menebusan Barcinas. And at this time, we will close off today's meeting by vetting the credentials of the nominees from Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang of the nominees to the Commonwealth Ports Authority Board of Directors, Mr. Antonio Cabrera and Mr. Bruce Jorgensen. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Oscar Babauta and the nominees to please come and join us in the chamber.
Madam Chair, do we have public comments? If there's no objection, can we go back to public comments so that before the introduction, we can get further public comments? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. We've done it before. We will go back to public comments so that we can receive comments from the community at large. And so at this time, I will open up the floor for public comments. The podium is now open. The floor is still open. Please come and join us. The microphones are in the chamber. And if you are making public comments, please state your name for the record and the entity you represent. And if you have written comments, please submit them to our Sergeant at Arms. After you're done, sir. Oh, can you please press the microphone so we can have it recorded?
That better?
Yes.
My name is Ronnie D. Hodges. I'm a retiree, semi-retiree, a retired school teacher here. I have taught on Rhoda and Saipan in the past. And I am here to read a letter into the record for Augie Jorgensen, which is Bruce Jorgensen's son. And it is a little long-winded. It's 5 pages. It gives a good detailed history of Bruce's nearly 40 years in the Commonwealth. I know his son well. He's a friend of our family. He's a very well-adjusted, intelligent, sincere young man, very independent, and he is a really, really good kid. And so this is one he's requesting that his father should be confirmed for this position. Separately from his, while I'm here, I didn't write one, but I first met Bruce Jorgensen in August of 1996 when I then resided on Rhoda. He is a tireless volunteer. He has done more community service than I could recall, which will be evident by his son's testimony. He is highly intelligent with much academic and legal acumen. I can't imagine finding a better person to serve the Commonwealth. I say that, and I have there's no motivation to me other than the betterment of the community for the 7,000 plus students I've had in school. Here is Augie's letter. Dear Chairperson Babauta, I write to you as a former and future Rhoda resident and a person with firsthand knowledge of and decades of experience with the nominee, CNMI Governor Arnold I. Palacios, recently selected to serve through 2025 as CPA Board member for the 1st Senatorial District. That nominee has been a CNMI community member during the past 38 years, a licensed attorney in good standing with the JD, and an LLM, which is a Master's Maritime Shipping Law degrees, a public interest advocate and community servants, and a person known by many as unfailingly generous with his time, resources, expertise, and goodwill. He is my father, Bruce L. Jorgensen, who returned to the CNMI last year to retire on Rhoda, in a home I am striving to provide him there while employed myself in Hawaii. At the onset, I feel compelled to explain that, like many from Rhoda, I would love to be working and living there with my father today, and I hoped and intend to eventually do so and to remain permanently at that time. Unfortunately, the exorbitant costs of commodities in Rhoda and the consequential lack of financial resources or stability for young adults like myself make it virtually impossible to remain on Rhoda without seeking federal subsidies and support, and having to live a seemingly hand-to-mouth existence if not employed in some capacity by the CNMI or municipal governments. This I swiftly learned several years ago while living on Rhoda and employed by Francisco Adelig in his various grocery, farming, and import-export enterprises, which of necessity must pass on to Rhoda consumers the exorbitant costs which must be incurred to ship and offload commodities and other goods either to Rhoda's West Harbor seaport or via air cargo to Rhoda's airport. While reasonable alternatives have been and remain available to alleviate these exorbitant costs, it seems that many empowered with authority to establish, implement, and mandate those alternatives in prompt and comprehensive fashion have been unable or unwilling to do so for reasons unknown by many. As a consequence, the viability of living on Rhoda is diminished, and for most young adults seeking to establish careers or raise families, and the victims have been the vibrance and vitality and general welfare of the Rhoda community as a whole. My understanding is that the newly elected Palacios Apatang administration is touted as offering paths and beacons for new beginnings, transparency, and change. The Rhoda community will be absolutely guaranteed of getting all three: new beginnings that are positive, transparency that is positive, and a change that is positive, if Bruce L. Jorgensen's appointment to the Rhoda CPA board member is confirmed. He possesses the knowledge, creativity, experience, and to implement and reform alternatives necessary to streamline and modify seaport and airport operations respecting the Rhoda community, so as to effectively place Rhoda grocers and farmers and merchants and importers in a position where they would be able to offer their commodities at prices somewhat in the vicinity of this stratosphere, in lieu of the astronomical, exorbitant levels of current and previous decades. My first visit to Rhoda during 2004 was an extraordinary occasion, as I quickly discovered that all of the people, places, and adventures my father had known there since his 1985 arrival were as enjoyable, warm, and wonderful as he has described. While visiting friends in Song Song Village, my father introduced me to numerous locals. The mayor's office, in which he served during the mid-1980s as legal counsel for former Mayor Prudencio Malonia, the village home owned by Diego Sangao, the former A-Mart, Pau, where the late Antonio Adelig and Antonio Malonia socialized and kindly provided shelter to my father and others as Typhoon Roy struck during 1986. The Sasanhaya home, where former Senator Edward Maritita provided an open-air snack venue, the former Pau Hotel, where many friends once worked and lived, and finally the San Francisco de Borja church grounds, where an elderly gentleman waved us to a stop, engaged us in a conversation, and gave me some brief history lessons and a Catholic blessing for my soul. He introduced myself as Father Antonelli and joyfully reminded that he had promised my father decades earlier that, being Catholic, a final resting site was still reserved for him behind the church. The next weeks included pure adventure and meeting warm, old, and dear friends, hiking the island from down to the waterline all the way to the holding tank, the beaches, the banana farm that the Titano family kept cattle, Panya Point, the falls, Alagan Bay, Taga Stone Quarry, the Adelaide Fruit Farm, lobster and fish in the bird sanctuary, finding glass balls from Mochung Beach before a stop at the swimming hole waters and stops at the Adelaide former Taro sweet potato Pala, I'm sorry, and Teteto site where Diego Song operated his hut. Of course, trips to the savannah for cool breezes and over to the mountain to swim in the grotto. and admire the plentiful deer and indigenous species of Rhoda. My father described fishing and hunting years earlier with Prudencio Malonia, Francisco Adelaide, and others, and as he taught them to make Italian lasagna, Mexico nachos during the 1980s on Rhoda. During those weeks and later visits to Rhoda, I asked and learned from many details about my father's history of public and community service on Rhoda in particular, and in the CNMI generally. Following his tenure as Rhoda legal counsel under Mayor Malonia, my father provided assistance in drafting, accessing, and modifying and implementing legislative and regulatory measures for Rhoda officials, including the former Senator Julian Calvo, former Lieutenant Governor Ben Malonia, former Senator Edward Maritita, and various Rhoda municipal officials. Typifying such legislation as Public Law 832, which my father conceived and wrote pro bono on behalf of Rhoda senators, when enacted during 1993, that law immediately and effectively impacted widespread Article 12 litigation by curbing attorneys' fees and mandating equitable adjustments to parties adversely affected in Article 12 land disputes. During subsequent years, my father provided assistance respecting election issues on Rhoda, urging and facilitating the donation of corporate stock shares by Larry Hillblum to the Rhoda community, providing extensive assistance to Rhoda's community when electoral issues arose, encouraged and personally funded and escorted visitors to visit Rhoda from Hawaii, including his longstanding friends who owned the Honolulu shipyard and the Navtec Ships Limited, Pacific Marine, and other supply companies, and Pacific Shipyards International, in efforts to establish ferry transport services as done in Hawaii by diversion and use of federal urban mass transit funding. Similarly, he pressed the Rhoda equal treatment in laying and access to undersea fiber optic cable and internet services, and continued participation in what is known as the Essential Air Service Program, funded and regulated by federal authorities. Perhaps less well known were my father's involvement in other community activities. He served on multiple CNMI Boy Scout volunteer committees, and as a roundtable commissioner during the 1980s, co-founded and coached and funded the Saipan Rugby Football Club during the 1990s. Spent decades as co-founder and public shoreline advocate for the Honolulu situated Save Our Beach nonprofit organization, and has long been a proponent and supporter of traditional ocean and navigation and voyaging societies, including those headed by close friends such as the late Maupulag of Hawaii and Sadawal, and more recently Cesario, who departed Saipan voyaging to Palau just last week. He also provides financial assistance on an annual basis to a number of youth sailing programs. As a young man, my father learned basic seamanship from his grandfather, a commercial tugboat captain and cargo mariner, and sailed extensively with his father on numerous voyages. He also purchased the former Z Tinian blast freeze facility in Tinian before disassembling it for transport to the Marshall Islands for reassembly and operation there. He also has general aviation experience in Hawaii and elsewhere, and many friends, acquaintances, and associates in the aviation and private industry and government sectors. On Tinian, one such experience included a crash landing an airplane with Larry Hillblum on August 15, 1993, after flying earlier that day to Rhoda aboard the seaplane in which Mr. Hillblum and others unfortunately perished 2 years later, May of 1995. During intervening years, my father served as a U.S. District Law Clerk to then Chief Judge Alex R. Munson. Later, he engaged in private practice of law, serving the CNMI general public from the law offices he shared with Mr. Hillblum. Together, they provided extensive pro bono legal services to many community members in matters ranging from Article 12 and immigration issues to those involving fiduciary, regulatory duties, and governmental adherence. More recently, my father learned that CNMI attorneys were either unavailable or unwilling to assist with the NMI retirement fund dilemma, as that fund approached fiscal calamity during 2008. Though semi-retired at the time, he agreed to represent the retirees and to seek to remove and litigate the issues in U.S. District Court on Saipan, where he is admitted to practice law and could appear and practice telegraphically. That protracted litigation proceeded over 7 years until settled at $7.9 million value, more than 3 times the amount originally agreed by the government lawyers. And throughout, my father received no funding or professional compensation, but persevered nonetheless. In the prime of his career, my father opted to step away from his profession and instead devoted his time and efforts to raise and care for me. Memories of those wonderful years and the joyous experiences and plentiful opportunities he so often made available to me will forever remain fondly and gratefully in my heart, mind, and soul. During my teen years, I had some serious missteps with adverse consequences, not merely for myself, but for my father as well. Some at that time and since then have sought to seize on those events to cast a negative light on my father and a false narrative of those events. In actual fact, the true narrative highlights many of my dad's most positive attributes. While I will not go into specifics, preferring to maintain privacy, I must emphasize that throughout my tribulations, my dad remained always supportive, steadfastly protective, and unconditionally loving and accessible to me. Succinctly put, despite my personal errors, youthful misjudgments, and immature lack of foresight, my father chose to unhesitatingly protect and unrestrainedly stand up for me no matter what. And in closing, if confirmed as the CPA board member, Bruce L. Jorgensen will be a tremendous benefit to CPA personnel, the CNMI general public, and Rhoda's community members in particular. His personal knowledge of Rhoda's business landscape, political intricacies, and pragmatic necessities extends over 38 years. During that time, he served time and again as a proponent of many public interest issues, often involving the fiduciary duties owed by the CNMI government officials to the CNMI general public, whose officials must serve with honesty, integrity, transparency, and the utmost fiduciary regard. In the area of professional experience, commitment and service to the CNMI community, and both advocacy and compassion for those in need, he is unquestionably qualified and will vigorously conceive, seek, and achieve improvements at CPA for the benefit of all the CNMI who rely daily on CPA operations, activities, dealings, and transparency in utmost compliance with fiduciary duty, responsibilities, and obligations. His academic and legal credentials will be of extraordinary benefit, not merely to the CPA board, but also to the many CPA administration and operation personnel. Given the above considerations, I respectfully ask that you assist in confirming Bruce L. Jorgensen's nomination as a CPA board member in the upcoming days. With utmost appreciation, Augie C. Jorgensen, who I have known for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. The floor is still open for public comments.
And thank you for the opportunity to give comment.
The floor is still open.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joseph Kavanaugh, and I will be reading a letter from David Price, who resides in Walterboro, South Carolina, in support of the nomination of Bruce L. Jorgensen. Dear Chairperson Babauta, I am writing to you asking for your support and favorable action on the nomination of Bruce L. Jorgensen to serve as a member of the Commonwealth Ports Authority Board of Directors representing the 1st Senatorial District. It is my understanding that if confirmed, he will serve the remainder of the term of former CPA board member Barry Tovas until October 7th of 2025. By way of introduction, I am a retired government attorney who had the honor of serving as the legal counsel for the 1st Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature under the leadership of President Lorenzo I. De Leon Guerrero and Speaker Oscar C. Rosa. From January 1982 to January 1990, I served as special legal advisor to Governor Pedro P. Tenorio. I closed out my career as an in-house counsel at the Commonwealth Ports Authority for 5 years under the direct supervision of Executive Director Roman T. Tadella and CPA Chair J.M. Guerrero, and retired in December of 1995. In hindsight, I could not have asked for better leaders in the legislature, the governor's office, and at CPA. Nothing but fond memories on my part. If I did not have serious medical issues, I would be here today, and I wish I could be. I have known Bruce Jorgensen since his tenure serving as a U.S. District Court law clerk for Chief Judge Alex R. Munson, who spoke highly of Mr. Jorgensen during our many fishing excursions in search of the elusive blue marlin. I was aware that Mr. Jorgensen had previously worked on Rhoda for Mayor Prudencio T. Maglonia during the 1980s as the Rhoda Municipality's legal counsel and had practiced before the U.S. District Court for the Northern Marianas Islands, but our paths never extensively crossed until I and others, such as former CNMI attorney General Richard Whale, CNMI attorneys Tim Bruce and Mary Flanagan, CNMI resident Sapporo Rafin, and CNMI economist William Stewart decided to support a public interest lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court by Mr. Jorgensen in 2009 to protect the interests of CNMI retirement fund beneficiaries. That litigation, known as Ray et al. Versus Fidel et al., took over 6 years to conclude. Our support, pro bono, ultimately led to the creation of the settlement fund, which with the help of several administrations and the legislature has provided retirees who chose to remain in the system with full retirement annuity benefits for 10 years. In my opinion, Bruce Jorgensen deserves much of the credit. Bruce is an active member of the Hawaii Bar Association and U.S. District and Appellate Courts throughout the Pacific region. Hawaii, like the CNMI, has an economy which is dependent on efficient and professionally operated airports and seaports for its very survival, in addition to benefits which flow from tourism. The fact that Bruce L. Jorgensen has also earned a Master's of Laws degree in maritime law and is well-versed in aviation matters and the delivery of essential goods and services at seaports and airports on Rhoda, Tinian, and Saipan has to be a bonus for the Board of Directors of the Commonwealth Ports Authority, as well as for the good people of the CNMI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Senators. My name is Timothy Kerr. I am here on behalf of Bill Plum of the Plum office in Honolulu, Hawaii. I will be reading a letter in nomination of Bruce L. Jorgensen as a CPA board member and would like to have it entered into the record. Dear Chairperson Babauta, I respectfully urge you to support the nomination of Bruce L. Jorgensen to serve as a member of the Commonwealth Ports Authority to represent the 1st Senatorial District. Mr. Jorgensen will bring a wealth of legal, practical, and business experience to the CPA. For background, I have known Mr. Jorgensen for more than 30 years. Our introduction was in Hawaii. Around the same time, I was coincidentally working for a Hawaii law firm that was involved in hundreds of toxic tort lawsuits filed in Hawaii and Guam that lasted for several years. Those cases meant that I had to take many trips to Guam, working closely with Moore Ching law firm in Guam. Furthermore, and by pure chance, I was then dating a Chamorro woman in Hawaii who was the daughter of a Guam senator, which senator also happened to be a former lieutenant governor of Guam. My connection to Guam did not end with that time period, since I was additionally friends with the chief pilot of Air Micronesia, later United Airlines, and made other friends and contacts in the area that I still keep in touch with and have visited. Overall, I have spent a fair amount of time in Guam, not to mention a trip to Rhoda for the Rhoda Festival, and multiple trips to Saipan, plus other trips to Palau and Micronesia. In fact, one of those trips to the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, CNMI, included staying with Mr. Jorgensen when he was living in the guest house on the Hill Bloom estate. Based on my living and working in Hawaii and the above, I understand the unique challenges of living in the Pacific. Besides personal contact with Mr. Jorgensen, I have had the chance over the years to observe his efforts to help clients in Hawaii and the people of the CNMI, including his efforts to protect the retirees of the CNMI Retirement Fund. For example, when Mr. Jorgensen first informed me that he was looking to help the retirees, I, as an experienced litigator, frankly thought he was a little crazy. From a legal standpoint, the size of the job was huge, and so were the risks, even for a large law firm, much less a solo practitioner. But over the years, as I followed the case and submitted my advice when asked, I saw that with sheer determination and hard work, David could conquer Goliath. It also helps that Mr. Jorgensen remains calm under pressure. I watch him argue the case before the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals judges in Honolulu without hesitation. If you are not aware, arguing a case before a court of that high level is not easy, and many, if not most attorneys, would have a problem handling that kind of pressure. Mr. Jorgensen truly cares about the projects he takes on and truly cares about getting things right. On a personal note, I am sure he will be someone who can work with others. I found that firsthand when I flew a small plane to Rota with a friend who was a Guam attorney. I am a private pilot. When I arrived at the Rota airport, I was told I would have to park my plane on the far side of the field by the airport staff. When my friend and I started talking about Mr. Jorgensen, the airport employee said, "You know Bruce Jorgensen?" I replied, "Yes." He said, "Leave your plane here." When I walked up to the budget rental car counter at the airport, I was told there were no cars available. While my friend and I were waiting for someone to walk by who might be willing to give us a ride into town, my friend and I again started talking about Mr. Jorgensen. All of a sudden, the budget employee who overheard the conversation said, "You know Bruce Jorgensen?" I responded, "Yes." Her response, "Let me see if I can get you a car." After some calls, she indicated she would have one for us in 2 hours. In the end, the stranger offered us a ride, so the car was not needed. After we had visited town, we were ready to head back. A group of guys offered us a ride to the airport. During the ride, I asked if anyone knew Mr. Jorgensen. No one said a word, and suddenly the truck stopped, heading to the airport and turned off the road. Within seconds, my friend and I were in the middle of a fiesta with a plate of food in our hands. The story would not have happened if Mr. Jorgensen did not treat people right. In summary, I think Mr. Jorgensen will make an excellent choice for the position for which he is nominated. Sincerely, William J. Plum, Attorney at Law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter, is it? Kerr. Thank you. The floor is still open.
Again, Madam Chair.
Welcome back, Mr. Felipe.
Thank you very
Kiuhatalik.
much. My testimony today is in full support by the nomination of Governor Arno I. Palacios to the nominee for Bruce Jorgensen to be a member for the CPA Board in Rota. Madam Chair, as I listened to the proceeding today, I almost hesitant to appear because it appears that it's all overwhelmingly supported by an attorney, distinguished attorney that's ready to represent him in any cases. I like to note for the record, Madam Chair, that the testimony that I am going to present to you today and your distinguished committee members is the article as appeared in Saipan Tribune, June 28, 2023. This article is the quotation as interviewed to Governor Arno I. Palacios entitled, "Palacios, I stand by Jorgensen nomination." In the said interview by the Saipan Tribune, the governor is stated in his interview that some of the residents of Rota is requesting for reconsideration of the nomination of Bruce Jorgensen simply because of the reason as an insult to the people of Rota. This reason that has appeared in the petition, which I have not a chance to see and review this petition, certainly it is an arbitrary and capricious petition simply because it is not based on facts and the rule of law. I like to suggest to this committee that in the event that this nominee is being reconsidered by the governor, the issue here to be considered whether the nominee is being violated of his due process rights and equal protection of the law. Article 1, Section 5 and 6 on the personal rights provide that protection to any individual and to recall the nomination back by the governor or anybody. It is my belief that this committee should further investigate whether indeed the due process right and equal protections of the nominee counsel, Bruce Jorgensen. Mr. Bruce Jorgensen has a very impressive credentials. He has served for the attorney for the mayor of Rota, the late Prudential T. Manglonia. That was the time when there was no legal counsel to render to the people of Rota. But he volunteered most of the time to help the Rotanese people. Yet some of them even questioning whether his nomination is not in consistence of the wishes of the people of Rota. I submit to you, Madam Chair, that the credentials of this nominee, the office of the governor has thoroughly reviewed the authenticity credentials, whether he met the requirement. He is a registered voter in Rota. The law requires that you only require to stay 45 days. The issue whether he is not residing in Rota is moot. I say moot simply because there are other similar issues in the absentee voters. So many of these absentee voters have not even residing in Rota. These are the issues that I like to suggest and have the committee look into. And I like, for the record, Madam Chair, I like to submit this record that I extracted from the Saipan Tribune dated June 28, 2023. May I ask, please, the Southern Arms to. I am not going to go in details of the qualification of the said nominee. And it is crystal clear and sufficient how qualified is the nominee. The nominee itself has far exceeded the prerequisite qualification as prescribed by the law. Mr. Bruce was involved in the lawsuit on the governor's corruption. Mr. Bruce is presently assisting the Rota Senator in the 23rd Legislature, Senator Poe A. Manglonia, who happened to be a member in here. Mr. Bruce will fight hard to lower the freight charges on good coming in port of Rota. And these are the basic essential element credentials that we need in Rota. And instead of putting this petition out, I like to recommend to the two sitting senators from Rota that maybe it will be proper for you two senators to ask the municipal council to draft a resolution commending the outstanding services of the nominee of Rota, rather than having him to be insulted by these discounted members of Rota to sign a petition that not in favor of. And that concludes my testimony, Madam Chair. And I will urge this member of the committee to expedite expeditiously the confirmation of Bruce Jorgensen. And it is a history for Rota people, Senator Manglonias, that the first time that you have a credential presented to this committee, the very impressive first time that you receive credentials of Master in Maritime. So that concludes my testimony today, and thank you very much for
Thank
this
you.
honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Atalig. The floor is still open. I also want to extend professional courtesy. We have representatives from Precinct 2, Representative John Paul Sablon, and Representative Manny Gregory T. Castro in the Senate chambers.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman Babauta and honorable members of this august body. For the record, my name is John Paul Palacio Sablon, a citizen and resident of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, and a sitting member of the 23rd Sinamay House of Representatives. I appear before this august body in support of the Honorable Governor Arno I. Palacios and Lieutenant Governor David M. Apatang's nominations of Mr. Antonio B. Cabrera and Mr. Bruce Jorgensen to serve as members of the CPA Board of Directors. I have known Mr. Cabrera almost all my life, as he is a close related family member to me. Mr. Cabrera is no stranger to the Commonwealth Ports Authority. He had worked with the CPA many years ago as a port manager for the Saipan Seaport before entering retirement. Mr. Cabrera's institutional knowledge in the maritime industry will most definitely benefit the CPA Board of Directors if confirmed. After reviewing Mr. Jorgensen's resume and background, his vast knowledge as well with the maritime industry globally, I am confident that he will also serve very well as a member of the CPA Board if confirmed. In closing, Madam Chairwoman and honorable members of this august body, I appeal to you all respectfully to confirm Mr. Antonio B. Cabrera and Mr. Bruce Jorgensen to serve as members of the CPA Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, Jesus Mosi and Iliso. And if I may turn this written testimony for the record, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you.
Mrs. Mosse, Representative Sablon, please give it to our Sergeant at Arms. The floor is still open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. I am here to provide testimony. Again, my name is Congressman Manny Tenorio Castro, representing Precinct 2. Given the current situation with our government, our community, we're gonna need people in this these organizations, people with experience, and people that were working in the CNMI for the government or participating at a time when we were competing at a global scale. We need to get back to that, and we're going to need people with the expertise and the knowledge of managing in an era where there's growth and globalization. I think over the time, due to the economy, it's been a while since our industry has been at that level in terms of whether it's shipping or commerce, competing at a global scale. But we need to get back to that, and we're going to need people with the expertise in the industry to manage these agencies. So thank you again for your time, and I offer my full support for both of the nominees. Thank you.
This is a small state representative Manny Castro. The floor is still open.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of this August body, my name is Pete Regis, and when I came earlier, someone out there told me that I come to the Senate just to look at my picture up there. It's not the case. I came here, Madam Chair, I'm from Saipan. Just to put an emphasis on the previous speakers that are coming from the United States in support of Mr. Jorgensen. Unfortunately, my testimony is in opposition of Jorgensen's appointment to the Commonwealth Ports Authority Board of Directors. And I ask honorable member and chair and distinguished members of this committee to give me latitude on making the presentation of my testimony. It's a little lengthy, but I timed Mr. Hoffman's testimony, and it's over 15 minutes. So I wanted to get the same opportunity and the same consideration from the members.
We will try, Mr. Regis. I don't.
I know
want
it's always
to-
5 minutes.
But we
and-
extend latitude, certainly.
I know, and that was the reason I timed it, so make sure that
You're given the same
I
15
am
minutes?
given the same consideration. Honorable Chairperson Babauta and distinguished members of this EAGI committee, I appear before you today to testify against the confirmation of Mr. Bruce Jorgensen to serve in the remaining term of Director Barry Tovis on the Board of Directors for the Commonwealth Ports Authority. Tovis is off island, as you know, and I've submitted a resignation and is no longer member of the board. But before I start, I'd like to say that in all cases where testimonies are not in support of a nominee, issues are raised to substantiate for the objection of the nominee. I ask Madam Chair and members to please give me latitude as I express the reasons for opposing the confirmation of Mr. Jorgensen. Jorgensen is not a bona fide resident of Rota. Commonwealth law provides that every board or commission shall have at least one member from each senatorial district. Residency at a senatorial district is defined by 1 CMC section 6204, which states that the residence of a person is that place in which the person's habitation is fixed, and to which, whenever the person is absent, the person has the intention to return. A person does not gain residency in any precinct into which the person comes with the present intention of establishing a person's permanent dwelling place within such precinct. The mere intention to require a new resident without physical presence at such place does not establish residency. Neither does mere physical presence without the concurrent present intention to establish such place as the person's resident. This is the language of the law. There's a reason why we have this law, and that's to ensure that whether it be an election or an appointment to the board or commission, those casting votes or appointed to serve in an official capacity to represent a community is a true stakeholder in the senatorial district. Because I'm more comfortable going to google.com, that would be partly where I'm going to rely on my contention that he is not a bona fide resident of the CNMI. More specifically, not a resident of Rota. For many of us who lived in the CNMI, it is almost unheard of that a chance meeting with people at least once or twice in a span of 1 year do not happen. In this case, weeks, months, years, and possibly a decade has gone by where Mr. Jorgensen is nowhere to be seen. Jorgensen's mailing address indicates P.O. Box 1083, Rota MP 96951. At least that's the current address that is reflected on his nomination letter from the governor. Upon verifying the mailing address through available public domain sources, the post office box actually belongs to a resident in Rota and not to Mr. Jorgensen. This is very questionable, as it appears that he is using another individual's home address in an attempt to establish his residency in Rota. But this is not the only instance where he indicates a mailing address to be his own, when in reality, it belongs to other people. Court record shows that Jorgensen's, and I quote, filed an admittedly defunct address with the court and routinely used home addresses of other people he may or may not be associated with, unquote. As attorney Braddock Huseman expressed in court about Jorgensen's address, and here again I quote, he, Jorgensen in parentheses, has too many addresses, unquote, apparently due to his peripatetic lifestyle, end of quote. As a result, Jorgensen was compelled by the federal court judge and his co-counsels to associate with local counsel as mandated by Local Rules 3. Appearance of conflict of interest. The only time I have seen Mr. Jorgensen was when the runoff election was over. How he managed to get himself appointed to the transition committee is beyond me. But I respect the governor's authority to appoint anyone he wants. My first encounter with Jorgensen is when he was a member of the transition, as a member of the transition team, came to meet with the members of the CPA Board of Directors. Let me point out that all transition committee members were told that no one will be appointed to the committee if they have an interest in the agency they will be reviewing. Further, during the transition committee briefing by the overall transition chair, and I understand that Chairman Obi is here, I also talked to him during this period of time, to include the governors and the lieutenant governor's media announcement. It was stated explicitly that members of the committee would not be appointed to serve at the agency they were evaluating, as that would represent a conflict of interest. As many of us know, Jorgensen served on the transition committee that reviewed CPA. The final report that was turned in shamelessly included a recommendation for one of the transition team members to be appointed to the CPA board. I made a comment to this effect, and lo and behold, Jorgensen was nominated. Other than the conflict of interest it appears he may have, I wonder why an appointee to represent the island of Rota on the board is not from Rota, who is physically living in Rota and is a true stakeholder. Where did the people of Rota go who can still fill this position in the board? I would imagine they would want to be represented on the board as they are undeniably a stakeholder in the Commonwealth. While I do respect the selection prerogative of the governor, I worry that Jorgensen will end up telling all the board and staff what is good for CPA and our people by proclaiming himself an expert in what is good for the CNMI. That has been the general perception in the past, where we, as real stakeholders, are told that we do not know what's better for us, and they sit us down, lecture us, and like stupid idiots, we allow them to tell us as such, to treat us as such. And I have some anecdote on the bottom so you can research and check what I have just mentioned. Self-serving, self-interest. As the attorney of the Betty Johnson lawsuit against the CNMI government surrounding the retirement fund, our local media reported that Jorgensen filed in court an amount of $18.6 million, up to the tune of $38.9 million in legal fees. Despite the fact that the retirement fund was in jeopardy and is facing insolvency at the time of the lawsuit, his claim for legal fees were outrageous and took no regards for the consequence of the retirees whose lives depended on that earned income. He is an opportunist. When the right time comes, he seems to take advantage of us because we are supposed not know any better. Pack up his things, and as he had done in the past, and leave us with the mess he created for us. Hostility, excuse me, hostility against CPA board. Senate Communication 23-156. Upon reading Senate Communication 23-156, it appears that Mr. Jorgensen is openly hostile to the agency and the board. And this is his letter to his email to the President of the Senate. It is difficult to imagine how he would exercise his fiduciary duty to serve CPA when he is adverse to CPA and will do his bidding, the bidding of his employer. Who is his employer? What do his financial record disclose? I'm sure the committee would look into this. What is his fitness for moral characters? He is not an attorney anymore, in my opinion. Why not? I believe he's not admitted in the CNMI. If he serves one employer and is loyal to that employer who is hostile to CPA and its tenants, can you imagine the adversarial board meetings caused by this nominee? There is a great deal at stake here, and CPA cannot afford to damage the relationship with our federal partners. Because one person thinks he knows better than every one of us, let's ask the governor to find someone who is truly a stakeholder in Rota. I cannot believe that no one in Rota, living in Rota, sharing the hard times and the good times with the true residents of Rota, is capable and competent to replacing former director Barry Tovis. I have been getting a lot of communication from Rota asking what in the world happened. Please, members, reject Bruce Jorgensen. He's not good for the Commonwealth Ports Authority and definitely has questionable character. I trust each and every one of you to do the right thing and reject a person who is so desperate to be appointed to the board that he will resort to using people's post office box number to try and persuade the Senate that he is a resident of Rota. I submitted a copy of this. Madam Chair and members, earlier I was sitting in my office and asking questions and answering those questions I'm asking myself. And I'd like to read this out to you, if it's okay. Question that I posed to myself, isn't it odd that you are a member of CPA and you are testifying in opposition to a nominee by the governor, especially the governor I supported during the last election? The answer is yes, it's odd. But I am deeply concerned about the welfare of CPA and the progress that the board have done and are still doing to be negligent by not speaking out to protect it. However, I am not representing the board today. As you know, this is public hearing, the public comments. I am here as a concerned citizen of the cinema. I'm also here to support Mr. Cabrera to the CPA board. Second question I ask myself, don't you think that Mr. Jorgensen is qualified to represent Rota? Again, my answer is absolutely. He's an attorney and presumably overqualified. But that is not the case here. Credential is not the only issue. Integrity, residency, and his moral character are. Further, his loyalty to CPA and its tenant begs to know who he is loyal to, and wonder how damaging he can be during meetings. Again, reference to Senate Communication 23-156. Here's what I have to say about this. When there is a difference of opinion, this is regarding the non-presence of CPA board members and staff. Here, normally they are coming, as you all probably know, and sometimes members of the committee ask, where are they? And here's what I have to say about this. When there is a difference on position on one of the nominee, or one for the nominee, it's not a good practice to place the staff in a rather compromising position. I think that this is a political appointment, and that the nominee is the only political one in this hearing, and not the staff. I feel that once the political appointment is in, if he's in, looks like I'm the only one that is in opposition and requesting a rejection of this nominee, then politics is gone and work begins for the best interest of the entire public. Then I ask again, Is it legal to divide the funding under the agreement with the military, which is in the Senate communication that Mr. Jorgensen proposes? I don't think so. But here is my understanding that the funding is executed as a result of the military's interest in Tinian. Much of the funding is dedicated to improving the ports in Tinian and to develop its tourism industry and to complement national defense interests and our local economic interests, which will advance the overall economy.
Mr. Regis, may I
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
how much longer you may need? You have gone on for 18 minutes, sir.
18.
Yes. So
I'm
if
sorry.
if you don't
I'm
mind,
sorry, Madam Chair. I actually, after exceeding 15 minutes, when I was timing, I stopped. So the time goes on. I just.
I understand. We can
Yeah.
all get carried into
But
this.
I just want to echo this to the funds that we are seeking in Hawaii by the board is with the military is to improve the seaport operation in Tinian. Massive project that requires massive funding. The funds that we are seeking in Washington is for the operation for the overall CNMI, so that we can address our airline partners for some kind of relief that they're asking on a CPA. I'd like to stop, but I respectfully ask the members to please reject Mr. Jorgensen. Thank you.
Cesar Smasi, Mr. Regis, and is your presentation the copy submitted to this committee?
Yes, it is.
Cesar Smasi. The floor is still open.
Except for the question I asked myself.
Okay.
But
The
if
floor
you
is
wish,
still
I
open.
can turn that into.
You're free to do so, sir.
Thank you.
Too low. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Babauta, Senator Babauta, Senator Maloney. My name is Gloria Kavanaugh. I am speaking here today as a resident and a citizen of the CNMI. I am in support of the nomination from Governor Arnold Palacios and Lieutenant Governor David Apetan for Mr. Bruce Jorgensen. I've always said that one cannot choose where you are born, but one can always choose where you call home later in life. And I am also an American. CNMI has been my home for the last 13 years. Although I'm not of Northern Mariana descent, I believe that working here for the past 13 years, I've worked always for the betterment of the people of the CNMI. I would have really considered retiring here eventually in another 10 years if I could have actually bought a home and own my own dirt. I know that the previous speaker, the former Senate President Pete Regis, has spoke about residency and how he, being the representative for Rhoda, requires that he lives there. I beg to differ, only because I know of the MVA board, we do have a board member that represents Tinian, who is Warren Villagomez, who actually resides in Saipan because this is where he works. I'm not so sure whether or not the rules and regulations work for the same appointment of the CPA board, but it does for MVA. And why is that? It's because of the talent. Can you find somebody that has better experience? Can you find somebody that has a better background in Rhoda that would represent the Rhoda people than Mr. Jorgensen? I would like to see that person. In the past few months, I've attended quite a few of these hearings, also hearings when it came to budget, ways and means, and so on. And there always seems to be one thing that everyone says. We need people who have experience. We need professional people that will help carry the CNMI and its people to a successful future. I believe that we have that in Bruce Jurgensen, and I hope that this body will support his nomination and have him on the board of CPA. I haven't known him for very long, but I know of one thing. I know when a person has a true heart, and he will fight for the people of Rhoda and of CNMI. And I believe that his main goal is a goal that should have been the goal of CPA from the very beginning, and that is to bring commodities to Rhoda at a reasonable price. This year, the new mayor had gone to Guam to actually promote Rhoda. And this is the words of the ambassador of Australia from Palau. There was so much interest at her booth that she was embarrassed being in a Palau booth that she had very little interest compared. But why is Rhoda not flourishing and have all of these tourists from Guam, the military coming? Of course, there's a challenge with CBP, which is not an MVA problem, with the flights and with the commodities. It is not only MVA that brings tourists to CNMI, tourists to Tinian, tourists to Rhoda, but it's also investors. And who's going to invest when a can of Spam costs $6? Who's going to invest when basically Rhoda probably has the highest that you have to pay for a gallon of gas? Why is it so high? And that's bringing in commodities. That's the charges at the ports. That's the charges basically when they're bringing in the airlines. CPA has a opportunity that might be able to help this, but nobody really addresses that. But this is always something that Mr. Jurgensen speaks out, even though nobody really wants to listen to it. I believe he has a heart for the Rhoda people to try to make a better life for them. And that includes bringing in the tourists and helping with the prices of commodities. We have to look at that. So I just want to, I just hope that you guys will consider and support this nomination of Bruce Jurgensen. Thank you.
Cesar Small, Ms. Kavanaugh. The floor is still open. There are no further individuals who wish to make public comments. I will now officially close that portion of our agenda. And for the record, Mr. Bruce Jorgensen did receive letters of support from Mr. Age Jorgensen, which was read by Mr. Hodges, former Senator, current Secretary of Public Works, and a resident of Rhoda, Ms. Teresita Santos, resident of Rhoda, Mr. Eusebio, also known as Bill Manglonia, and Mr. William J. Plum, attorney at law from Honolulu, Hawaii. Also, for the record, the committee received letters of support for Mr. Cabrera from Mr. Jesus V. De Leon Guerrero, also known as J.M. De Leon Guerrero, former executive director of CPA, Mr. Carlos Shoda, and fire chief of Anderson Air Force Base, Mr. Stanley Torres. Also, for the record, which will be entered as part of the records of this hearing, I'd like to state for the record that Senator Dennis Mendiola submitted a letter dated July 21st, 2023, and attached with it is a petition from several residents of Rhoda to reconsider and withhold the confirmation of Mr. Jorgensen, and further states Mr. Jorgensen's nomination is invalid and an affront to the people of Rhoda. He further urges Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang to reconsider Mr. Jorgensen's nomination, claiming lack of community participation and questionable residence and the importance of local representative. At this time, we will move forward with the hearing. I now invite Mr. Oscar Babalta and the two nominees to join us in the chamber. Mr. Babalta's role is to formally present and introduce the nominees to the committee. And these nominations require the consent of the Senate, a procedure unique to the Senate, and this is the legislature exercising its authority under the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth to vet the credentials beyond educational professional standing in order to recommend confirming or rejecting the nomination. And that is why we are here today. Also want to state that each member of this committee has the inherent responsibility and prerogative to ask inquisitive and exploratory questions of the nominees. And at this time, I will open up the floor for Mr. Oscar Babalta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again to Senator Paul and Senator Donald. Thank you again for this afternoon's opportunity to appear. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of your able EAGI committee members, committee of the Senate. For the record, my name is Oscar Babalta. I personally serve as the Special Assistant for Administration under the Office of the Governor. On behalf of Governor Arno I. Palacios and Lieutenant Governor David M. Apatang, I thank you for the opportunity once more to appear before you today. I am here to formally introduce the Governor and Lieutenant Governor's nominee to the Commonwealth Board of Directors, Port Authority Board of Directors, Mr. Bruce Lee Jorgensen to my extreme right, and Mr. Antonio B. Cabrera on my immediate right for the 3rd Senatorial District. Mr. Jorgensen will be representing the 1st Senatorial District, the island of Rhoda. By this time, you should have in your possession and your members their Mr. Jorgensen and Mr. Cabrera's resume describing their educational accomplishment and years of profound professional experiences in several notable fields and training. Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang places their full trust and confidence in both gentlemen to head and be a member of the Commonwealth Port Authority Board of Directors. I know they stand ready to answer your questions and present their plans for the future of this able and capable board, or rather agency of this government. Their long history of professional experiences, credentials, and commitment to serving the Commonwealth in this capacity makes them a very valuable candidate. And therefore, the administration asks and continue to humbly request and ask your expeditious approval towards the full Senate for their confirmation. Once again, thank you, Sidus Maosi, for the opportunity to introduce both gentlemen before you in this august body again today. And that being said, I will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babalta. Also, I inadvertently excluded. We also received a letter of support from Mr. Juan S. Regis in support of the nomination of Mr. Bruce Jorgensen. At this time, I'd like to ask both nominees to please rise and raise your right hand and I will recognize Mr. Macaronis to administer your oath.
Mr. Bruce L. Jorgensen and Mr. Antonio B. Cabrera, you do solemnly swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give in the matter at hand shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. For the record, Mr. Bruce L. Jorgensen was nominated by Governor Palacios on June 1st, 2023, to represent the 1st Senatorial District, the municipality of Rhoda, on the CPA Board, and Mr. Antonio Cabrera was nominated on May 26, 2023. At this time, I will open up the floor, first of all, to Mr. Bruce Jorgensen, if you would like to make any opening remarks at this time.
I believe that you have copies of my resume and related documentation, and that pretty much speaks for itself. And I know that it's been a long day, so I really have no opening statement to make other than express to you my thanks for considering my nomination at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Yes, we do have copies of your resume. I'd like to give the floor at this time to Mr. Cabrera, if he would like to make any opening remarks to the committee.
I'll make it very brief too.
Can you press the microphone on?
Sorry. Got it.
Button. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenos dias to everyone present here today. My name is Antonio Blas Cabrera. I would like to start by thanking you, Madam Chair, Selena Babauta, and honorable members of this Executive Appointment and Governmental Investigation Committee for this opportunity to appear before you today. Also, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Governor Palacios and Lieutenant Governor Apatang for placing their trust in me to serve as a board member of the Commonwealth Ports Authority representing the 3rd Senatorial District. The Commonwealth Ports Authority, more commonly known as CPA in the Northern Mariana Islands, is no strange place for me. Before my employment at CPA, I worked as a captain's mate, a board vet, several ocean merchant vessels, and ship owner agent ashore in many foreign countries, including the Micronesian Islands, for about half of my early adulthood. And it was during this time that I gained a great deal of knowledge about the maritime transportation industry, including seaport cargo operation, ship cargo preparation, storage and securing plan, vessel cargo operation, ship preparation, storage and securing plan, vessel cargo operation, ship cargo preparation, and also as a vessel husbanding services, the regulation governing the carriage of goods at sea, shipbuilding, ship repair, and dry docking. I am proud of the job that I was able to accomplish at that time in the countries of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, and other Southeast Asian countries. The work I was assigned to do was very challenging and fulfilling. But when the oil embargo occurred, a lot of shipping companies suffered heavy financial loss. At this point, shipping goods by sea changed route and went from being the most busy business activity on a global scale to being virtually at a standstill worldwide. Consequently, I made the decision to return home and change my profession as well. Here at home, before returning to college, I spent just about a year working again as a shipping agent for Nauru Air and Shipping Company. Then, not too long after earning my college degree, I came back home and started working for the Sinimay legislature in the House of Representatives and in this very house, the Senate. Years later, the late Bishop Tomas Camacho appointed me as the executive director to carry out the mission and objective of the social service organization Caridad of the Diocese of Chalancanoa. When my employment contract expired with Caridad, I had the opportunity to work at CPA. It is here where I had the privilege to work both at the airports and seaport sectors. After many years working as CPA, one of the most important lessons I have learned is that good policy usually follows good management. Additionally, I believe that commitment to following the data and facts should help guide our decision making in establishing good policies, especially in times of economic uncertainty as we are currently going through now. It is my view that embracing a well-built and appropriate examination of any problematic situation is the only way to get what is wrong right. At present, I cannot tell you how CPA will emerge from its challenges, but I do know that we will better understand the challenges if we prioritize facts and data. If confirmed, I am eager to work with the members of the Board of Directors of CPA, the staff and management, port users, and tenants on a collaborative and bipartisan basis so that the boards of CPA can provide a safe and healthy environment for the employees, for tenants, and especially the traveling group of people. We all know that the port, either air or sea, in any place serves as the visitor's initial and final impression of the region being visited. I would like to conclude by thanking my family, my wife, and my children, Chris, Jonathan, Chelsea, and Patrick, for their support. I know that they know that my desire to serve on this board comes at a cost to them. I am grateful that they are willing to share my time with CPA as a board member. Once again, thank you for your consideration and this opportunity. Jesus Masi.
Jesus Masi, Mr. Cabrera, and thank you for your service, many years of service with CPA and other agencies. At this time, we will open up the question and answer portion of the agenda. And I will recognize Senator Paul Manglonia at this time.
Jesus Bonsi, Madam Chair. I'm going to start off with Tony. Tony, first, I want to say that thank you for accepting this nomination. And as you mentioned, yes, it's going to take a lot of your free time away from the family, especially much needed free time since you're in your retirement years. So thank you for taking this challenge. And I know as also shown in your resume, you've actually worked for many years at CPA. So really, I just want to ask you, how do you think you can help CPA? What do you see out there? You've read the transition report, the needs of and the challenges that they face, and I just want to ask you, what are your top priorities that you feel that CPA needs it to look into, so that we can provide an airport that is comparable to other destination that tourists in this region expect to see when they come to the CNMI. This is Mosi Tony.
To answer your question, Senator Paul, to answer your question, Senator Paul, as I stated in my brief opening statement, we need to get into the office of CPA and see for the records what are there, and from there we can conclude what are some of the solutions. Right now, it's probably just like my good guess is just probably like Jorgensen's. We have to go in, and from there we can ask for records on whatever. And if there are problems, then we can hear the problems and find out what's the root of that problem. And then, with the rest of the board of directors, hopefully that we can sit back and resolve whatever the problem is. So
So
data
bef-
and the facts, the evidence are very important to make any decision.
Thank you, no, Tony. We had a CPA in here and MVA in here 4 or 5 months ago. Just a public hearing under my committee, the PUTC committee, and that was called for because of the I guess the airline situation with Marana Southern, and in the various discussion that we had, it seems to come up every time, the issue of who is in charge of communicating with the airlines, promoting more air services in the CNMI, who is in charge with dealing with CBP or with the custom department, because these are all related to running the airport, right? And for example, last year it was, I believe, Senator Darno and I who took our own legislative funding and were paying to send a CBP official from Saipan every day to Rhoda so that they can process immigration matters there before the passengers board on to Guam. So we had to pay for the daily flights to Rhoda, and then return them at the end of the day. We asked MVA to look into that. We have CPA to look into that, and it seems like nobody can come up and say that's their responsibility to pay for CBP official. And then most recently, again, I was trying to ask Star Marianas to increase their flight services to Guam because we all know that passengers from Rhoda have to fly to Saipan, and then from Saipan they have to fly to Guam, right? Because they cease operation direct between Guam and Rhoda from the COVID pandemic times, but they since start again, but very minimal. And I'm asking them to fly more regular flights, especially on weekends. And Star Marianas goes, yeah, but if we fly on weekends and after 4:30, they charge us overtime fees by custom and quarantine, and I mean, like, if we want to really promote tourism, we need to work with CBP and custom officials, right? And maybe I'm not saying they shouldn't be paid overtime, but they could surely have their hours spread out so that some work during the weekend and off on Mondays or Tuesdays, and pay them more, right? So that at the end of the day, their salaries are higher, right? So that you don't have to actually do all the accounting work and say, oh, you have 2 hours of overtime and 10 hours of regular time. We should just allow the airlines to fly, and even on weekends, without the burden of having to find somebody to work overtime. So I'm saying this is part of CPA, right? To work with CBP, custom, airlines, and when for example Marana Southern decided to pull out, they came out in public in the media that the governor do not want to talk to us. I mean, where do you find, in what state, where the airline have to call the president of the United States or the governor? Somebody there's a level there, that agency that handles this, right? And so I was saying, CPA, MBA, why aren't you meeting with Marana Southern? So this is something that I hope the two of you have confirmed and you get into that board, you actually sit down and let's help out. We want one government, right? So we shouldn't be saying it's not our responsibility, it's that other agency, or it's the governor, or what. This is, we're all in this ship, boat together, right? So I hope that when you get in there, you can look at those issues. Another concern that I asked, and I'm glad because I know, Tony, your experience in shipping and sea transportation. I hope you can look further into these shipping issues between Rhoda, Guam, and Sinai, as well as Tutinian. I'm sure that we have these issues because of the economy of scale and because just having to deal with the seaports on Rhoda. I hope that you can seriously look into this. I cannot explain to you the pain that our people in Rhoda have to undergo, or that they're suffering, the suffering that they're feeling, because it's just ridiculous, with the cost of shipping to Rhoda. I say this all the time. Mampus alay, Tony, no, and Bruce. Maybe you can get a translation later, but I just want to say that makat lay mampus luta na. Gwajina tauto I munafat tu potta gi batku na. By the time no aposi I fleti gi batku. Fumila talo pa aposi I Stevie Doring. Tuntungo na pa aposi Stevie Doring. Gwagwanya I gasto ni Stevie Doring ki ipetta. Sangani lang niya chuli ano da pettan miso. Magay desti za bula siya no hemplo siya na ije masusedi. Biay matu no genereta para ispitat mommy luta. No para backup generate power na. Matu gatu toda salapenya I public health. Mapark nos cuantos meses mientras masurara salapi gi RT&T. Ane mati ora na masuray salapi pa maposi RT&T linya 40,000 or estadístico lang 10 años tati na lo no masagani fanan 70,000 tunongin na manaya pa generatan niya RT&T na chula za generatan miso tisina maposi no sige problema honesty jangin timasesenti pinadesya na gitauto na no pinadesya ni tauto ukuntusi no honor ni batku na iti seso matuluta na kan estaba kada semana lo pumaresta matuluta esta pago mono na ma-charter na elinya senator kumin attende na izon mizu no Stevie Doring jan reasonably befa mattu kada semana wala mon masa dos kada semana law mungon siya mamattu elinya the only way na ben fan ma-charter loki chuka pan charter munga ma-charter the only way na ben fan ma-charter hamjo na posi Stevie Doring take care of Stevie Doring and we'll come every day. Problema la Stevie Doring. Tu aja tinitika na siya na lo dang tinitiko pues usasangan ni sa putete manotao luta na no Tony temano ni timabit eso na contract 30 years mamamadesam gizaluta na pero ni kakay expire marineba 30 years additional contract and we're paying for that. The people wrote are paying for that Stevie Doring contract. Ja tunga fa provision mapega gi CPA ilanya como masuit na CPA pues algo RT&T un defendiam na CPA safa sa kumbalatsi na matutonya siya na ma-renueva, ti maujo, pues, aga sistem na CPA, ti pago siya na board, lo, antes na CPA na, lo, siya, ta correct, na, gipago na, no? Pues, ginagawa na, no Tony na, stevedoring, pumupuno, ekonomiya luta. Anay, masa nuevo na facilidad, 2 million na water bottling company, if yung Rota Resort, brand new water bottling company. They were going to start shipping, exporting water to Saipan. They went to the stevedoring company and say, how much are you going to charge us per case of this bottled water? Malagonya stay, RT&T na. Part owner gi water bottling sa tax posit so much. Akan so i-owner gi na time man ship gi bantalan na gi batko sa ano batko nairi. Lo temano pero unagwa ekonomiya neno jangin nitia tututun gi esta paron puno stevedoring fee sa todo operation debi gi si bantalan za debi gi si stevedoring. Tisinya no mulala no kamuti bulan export kamuti todo kamuti ginen luta debido manangisibat kunairi offer te mano para un famasalapi ne man nama silancero dan todo pabat kunairi offer na tisinya gi pantalan gi batko sa offer is stevedoring pumupuno dan como barato stevedoring mas bula batko mas bumarato sempi i flete gi batko na no sa bula sitbisyo, bula competition na. Law, mamasalalapi, ibat kunairi. Pues, siya sumunsuli i-profit, i-lansero siya, ibat kunairi sa. Machacha, tawda, choice niya na, i-farmers. Pues, I hope lang na siya considere, no, i-atan, tayo mano na baratana, baratunya, i-container, gining Guam, esta luta, gini container balinya gini San Francisco or Oakland Guatu esta Guam or esta Saipan. Temano na pagawan niya container gini Guam esta luta gini Amerika esta Guam. Ja ini ileko izonya challenge i CPA i cost of shipping. Ja besangan namzo no izin na siso masangan manrikulam jo na to luta. Sa laputa man lalala amzo sa wagwam in a fort pan mamon un que se besa para un que soft drink para un costat pugas tagini na presyo na ti man rikulo man animo 20,000 na mas magwadyo niya subsistence farming man nazuzuda siya man favorece siya familia law inigi i problema benatungo Tony gi sa Guam ane pamanapara in Guam they were gonna stop. For example, the usage of Ganyabo basing to Rota. They want everyone to go to the seaport in main commercial port. I went to Guam. They have open arms to try to help us. In fact, they said, we'll go even further. We'll put a custom move at the Ganyabo basin. They bend backwards to help us. They will do anything to help the poor people of Rota. But here in the Commonwealth, they see that a small boat owner, Mr. Frank Atalik, he bought a small boat and he can carry one car and a few other palleted cargoes. So they see him operating, bringing cars for $1,000 or even less to Rota. But no, they don't like that. They have to tell them, no, you cannot carry cargoes from there. You have to go there. Or they see them at the Smiling Cove. Oh no, you can't go there. You have to. They bend backwards to say no. I mean, they don't think, hey, just give the people of Rota a break and let them continue to carry their cars at less than $1,000. But it seems like every time we see something like that, we always have to come up with some new laws or regulations or something. But I tell you, you go to Guam, they feel for the people, right? They bend backwards to allow. So that's the kind of sentiment I wish that we can see at CPA to help, no? So I have other questions, but I'm going to take a break at this time. I'm going to allow other members to ask. No, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paul. Now recognize Senator Donald Manglonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cabrera, Mr. Jurgensen, for coming in today and for accepting the governor's nomination to the CPA board. We just received the petition earlier today. I haven't had much time to review it, but just looking at some of the explanations, it kind of upsets me to the point where, as a former teacher, I often tell my students to go out there and explore, and even if they don't plan on coming back, wherever you find yourself at, contribute to the community and become this change within the community to help and support the people around you, because essentially that will be your home if you don't choose to come back. And so for them to challenge certain nominees under this idea that you have to live on rota is it's unfair, I guess, to say. I have several professional family members that can't live on rota because they went off to get a graduate degree, they went off to get a law degree, but where are the opportunities on rota? So it's kind of unfair to question whether the person has to be living on rota in order to know what's right and in order to know how to make the right decision for rota. You, Mr. Cabrera, if confirmed to sit on the CPA board, will you vote on matters pertaining to rota?
In answer to that question, yes, I will look into it, and we'll see what's best for not only for rota but for CNMI.
Correct. Right. Are you from rota?
No, sir.
Okay.
And also, the airport and the seaport at CPA is like a city. So everything is in there. And there are businesses besides government, like customs, quarantine, immigration, and airlines. And when I was at CPA at the airport, I remember that we used to have airline use agreement, and some of those airlines sign in as signatory airlines, and there are other non-signatory airlines. The difference between the two, I would like to put it in the terms of the rates applied at the airport. No, I'm not talking about the seaport. If you're a member of the signatory airline, you will also have to sign airline use agreement, and some international airports in the United States, they call it different name, airline use and lease agreement. That the purpose of that agreement is that so that the two can have an understanding of what is to be expected. In terms of rate, signatory airlines will get a better benefit out of the fees that the authority will charge, but that's on an agreement. So neither party will complain about it because it's already executed. On a dollar value, a signatory airline will pay 75 cents. On a non-signatory airline, they will have to pay $1. Now, that is so that they can establish a longer relationship. That like United Airlines, unfortunately, I think It's only United Airlines now that's there. So, but at the time when I was there, we have United Airlines, we have Northwest, we have Japan Airlines, Korean Airlines, and there are other airlines too, and so they all have to agree on the terms and conditions of the usury agreement. And in that way, we also we also have checks and balances. You know, if the airport wants to raise up the fee, the signatory airline will say, "Hey, hold it," you know. That's going to be an additional expense for us. Or I remember one time when we wanted to build an office, our building outside of the airport, but the airlines, signatory airlines, totally disagreed with us, because when we get into that, it's an expense, and what's going to happen? It's going to go back to the airlines. You know, they always say that the airport authority wants to build a castle, you know, but the airlines, no, they just want to put a shack out there and collect the fees and all those things so that the cost will go down. Now, in answer to like Senator Paul about Rhoda, let me go to Tinian. The reason why we don't have any stevedoring company, a exclusivity agreement in Tinian, because there's not much ships coming in. So why have that? Why let this stevedoring company pay so much for the rental agreement and all those things? And in that way, we cut down the cost. Now, the system that we put in, and I think it's still in effect, that if there's a ship coming in, Saipan Stevedore Company will mobilize their crew down and they will take care of the operation. Now, in Rhoda, Senator Paul mentioned that there is an exclusivity of the use of the port. And but how many ships go into Rhoda? So maybe that's where the hang up, you know, in regards to his Senator Paul's concern. We probably have to re-examine what's going on. Whether do we need Rota Terminal and Transfer Company, RT&T, or not? Maybe if we have issue out a permit.
So, Chair, just a follow-up by Vice Senator Tony. So, Tinian, if a ship comes in, I understand there's a stevedoring company. They have a choice. They can have a company handle it, or they can do it by themselves.
Yeah, at the time when I was at CPA, Tinian stevedore company is actually Saipan Stevedore Company. So when
they're not exclusive. They're not exclusive.
No. They have the permit. I don't know now whether there is an agreement or not, but
well, you see Bruce shaking your head. That you must is Tinian like Rhoda? They have exclusivity, or the ship company have an option?
No, it's not like Rhoda. On Tinian, my understanding through various sources, through being on ships myself and unloading there, and through conversations with people in the stevedore industry, primarily Lee Cabrera, who's assistant manager over at Cy Steve, is that they have an agreement through a sister company they call Tinian Stevedore, where they manage the facility, but it's open for use by anybody who wants to use it. So, for example, GPPC has a large landing craft, and they bring vehicles over and cargo, and they can offload it themselves because Tinian has an adequate ramp where they can do that. In fact, if Rhoda had such a setup on either the East Harbor or the West Harbor, both GPPC and Pacific Marine have told me that they would use those ramps and they could bypass the stevedore situation there as well.
Chair, sorry for interrupting. Maybe Tony can continue. I just wanted to understand that, because first time I hear that I thought they give them exclusivity also.
I don't think they have
I believe on
exclusive
Saipan they
rights.
do.
Only on Saipan. Saipan, we have a master lease agreement, and that's stevedore. And that's for a long, long term. And they're the only one that can touch the ship's line for vessels arriving, Saipan, port of Saipan. Nobody else can do that. And they control the whole container yard, the front of the common area, the dock site, and they even provide security services. You know, we don't put ports police down there. They do come and patrol. I don't know now how they do it, but that's the operation here in Saipan. So again, we have tariffs and we have publicized rates already that before anybody ships in cargo or ships out cargo, they should know already, according to the tariff, how much they expect to be charged. But what you're telling us is like, man, that's very scary, because somebody also approached me that at one time they sent 4 tires down to Rhoda for heavy equipment, big size. And he got charged like $200 a piece. They could have just hooked up the whole 4 and, lift it up, drop it on the dock site. But no, one by one. And that's 200 each. And I said, my gosh, that's not highway robbery. That's more than highway robbery. No, I that's ridiculous. And that's, again, that's a hearsay from somebody who experienced it. So I tend to believe that guy because he's operating a shipping, operation to Rhoda also.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, these are similar stories that we hear. And so that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. But sorry, Mr. Jurgensen, just before I go any further, I'm just trying to address this situation revolving some of the concerns that we received so that we can try to get to the bottom of how do we address them and if we can get the answers out of both nominees. But I understand you're very passionate, Mr. Cabrera, but I think just in general, just a short answer to my question, when there's an issue to be voted on that deals with matters pertaining to Rhoda, are you going to participate in the vote?
If I'm on board,
If you are a board member of CPA?
of course.
Yes.
Members of the
Are you
board.
from Rhoda, Mr. Cabrera?
I guess the decision to be made regarding whatever island has to be by consensus of the board.
Thank you. And again, it sounds like you understand some of the issues that we are currently facing on Rhoda, correct? Now, my question to Mr. Jurgensen is, did you vote in the last election?
Yes, I voted in the last election, and I first voted.
Sorry. Can you turn on your mic?
Yes, I voted in the last election on Rhoda, and no one objected or contested it. I first voted in Rhoda in 1986, and I voted there intermittently between then and now, and I've never voted anywhere else.
So no one challenged your vote at the time, and no one challenged your application to vote for as a resident of Rhoda, correct?
That's correct. And in fact, I was quite surprised to hear some people, including Mr. Pete Regis, suggest that I just arrived recently when I've been here for over 14 months now. And as my son indicated in his letter, the reason for that is that he's going to try and build me a house on one of his Rhoda land holdings. And he will, in fact, be here on September 5th to follow up on that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for explaining that.
Mhm.
I've actually met your son at one point in time. I don't think I've you were there at the time, but your son, I did remember that he used to work for Mr. Attelig, and he, so I have seen him on Rhoda, and he has shared. I remember that he does enjoy staying on Rhoda, and living in Rhoda. But I'm just asking these simple questions just to clarify some of these concerns and to just make a point that even I myself do not have zero land on Rhoda, but here I am sitting representing the entire people of Rhoda in hopes that one day I can own land or get one inherited to me or buy one.
Well, my son was quite interested to learn that Father Antonelli had promised to me a burial site behind the church, and my son said, "You can't get much more permanent than that, Dad."
And I understand that. Mr. Jurgensen, I think if you can briefly just to start off, what are 3 main issues that you think Rhoda is facing today?
The principal problem is commodity prices, and that's a derivative problem that relates to both the seaport and airport operations. The airport facilities need to be improved, of course, and I've spoken with officials from both commuter airlines here. Well, the one commuter airline, which is Pacific or Star Marianas, and I've spoken with the officials at the freight company. The cargo company that flies freight only, exclusively, owned by a fellow from New Zealand.
Micronesia Air.
Yes, Micronesia Air Cargo. And I've asked them both to propose to me some thoughts on what they believe CPA could do to minimize the cargo flights into and out of Rhoda, perhaps waive some fees just on Rhoda flights to lower the commodities that have to come in by air. The commodities that come in by sea, the problem is directly related to the operation of the seaport there, to the problems that have been faced when people try and come into the East Harbor and offload and are told they cannot do so there. They have to go to the West Harbor. Again, as I said earlier, if they had better ramp capabilities, they could drop their ramps on either the East or the West Harbor. So one quick solution would be to put in ramp facilities so that you could use roll-on, roll-off cargo vessels. As far as the RT&T situation goes, there are several things you could do there as well. You could regulate their rates. This is their contract that was signed 20 years ago, and that provides that you folks can establish rate limitations that they must abide by them. I don't know that that would be a good solution because it would be time consuming and costly to the government. Another is that you could ask them to simply terminate the contract of their own volition. I don't think they'd be willing to do that because they have underlying, political and financial objectives, and that's why they seize the monopoly that they have. Another alternative would be to enforce the contract. Under the contract, they're required to have functioning equipment and operate in a specific manner at reasonable rates. The fact is that their equipment is not always efficient. Sometimes it doesn't work at all. Mr. Cabrera mentioned the situation of cargo being weighing one amount on Saipan, another on Tinian. I have a document here from 14 years ago that details just that situation. 5 tires went over, and they were weighed in Saipan, and then when they were reweighed on Tinian, the price went up from $1,100 to $4,000. And the reason is, I'm told by people in the industry that they don't have an adequate weighing system at RT&T. They use what's called, I believe, a linear sensor indicator, which is on the crane itself. And on an 85-ton crane, that's only accurate in the 20 to 40-ton range. Under 1 ton, they're completely inaccurate. They don't use any dynamometer, which is an interim measure that you could use for accurate weighing, but they just don't accurately weigh. There are a host of other problems there as well. So,
but just so like I'm trying to get at is just your overall idea of the many issues, but not only just within CPA. What are you seeing are the other issues surrounding the entire Rhoda aside from CPA? If CPA is one of them, what can you?
It's the chicken or the egg
explain it?
situation. The airlines won't come in until there are hotels. The hotels won't come in until there are airlines. It's been that way for a very long time. And And an overarching problem in that regard is the fact that Custom and Border Patrol doesn't have people either permanently stationed on Rhoda or on a daily basis come in and out regularly, or the electronic facilities to be able to have direct flights to and from Guam. If we could have those flights directly to and from Guam on a regular basis, Rhoda's situation would improve drastically.
And can you just maybe share with the committee why such an interest in these issues on Rhoda?
Well, because I've spent so much time on Rhoda. I empathize with the people on Rhoda, and I plan on building my retirement home on Rhoda as well. And the people in Rhoda have always been very, very kind to me, and I always try and reciprocate. And I want what's best for Rhoda, and I've seen what's happened. The sad slide downhill since the mid '80s it's just it's terrible to witness. And I see people like many of your relatives and many that I know who would gladly go back to Rhoda and live there, including my son, if only the opportunities were there.
Thank you. Now, I ask these questions to kind of build the foundation that, these concerns shared by members of the Rhoda community, I'm trying to understand their reasonings behind it, but I'm also trying to see how your passion and your knowledge of the issues that surrounds Rhoda it goes to show how much you want to help to improve the island of Rhoda. At this point, I fly down to Rhoda at least twice a month. I was actually just there this last weekend. One can of corned beef is $7.95. And we always get calls that we can't even build a house because there's no ship that comes in that can bring in these materials, or our cargo is delayed, or what's going on. There's so much issues that revolve around import and even export, and that's affecting the lives of our people. And so some may not have grown up with you, but I have heard stories. I have heard of the kind of man you are, and I have heard and seen some of the stuff you write, especially being a part of the transition committee. What others may view as, public comment is not non-debatable, but how others see the way you react towards certain situation is how sometimes we see our colleagues reacting, especially when it deals with issues that they're frustrated over, but passionate and motivated in trying to solve these issues. And so your experience and knowledge in just this industry and this government operations, I think I can confidently say that this is you, Mr. Jurgensen, is a nominee that I can stand behind. Again, I've also spoken to business owners on Rhoda, small business owners that are struggling, and they apparently know who you are, and they have expressed their support for your nomination. As a matter of fact, there was one individual right when your nomination came out. I asked him, "Do you know who this person is?" "Yes." "Do you support his nomination?" He kind of thought about it and said no at the time. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, he came around and said, "You know what, actually, after reading more about this individual, I can confidently say I would support his nomination." And in the event if we were to hold their hearing on Rhoda, they would actually come in and express their support. And so I know that there are over 50 people that have signed the petition, but at the end of the day, if your intentions are pure and that your goal is to actually improve the lives of our people of Rhoda, and based on your testimony, your brief testimony, and your resume, I can continue to say that we just need maybe a fresh pair of eyes to go in there and try to make the change from within. And Mr. Cabrera, sorry if I haven't asked too many questions. I have sat with you on occasion and got to know you a little more. And just looking at your resume, and I'm going to emphasize this again, is that you were a harbor master for what, 4 years. You're an executive director of an agency. Your education and your certificate, proves that you are capable to sit in as a representative in this industry. And at this time, Madam Chair, I would recommend to the committee, after you both members have the opportunity to question, that I would provide my full support to both nominees. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Manglonia. I do want to state for the record also, I inadvertently missed it, that Mr. Bruce Jorgensen also received letters of support from Mr. Ross Hugh Manglonia, a resident voter of Rhoda, but actually lives and works here in Saipan, and also Mr. Nick C. Sablon. My first question
Chair,
would be,
Chair,
recognize Senator
can I
Paul.
get just a second round before
Okay.
you start as the chair?
Okay.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
fine.
And I want to ask Bruce to respond to some concern. Bruce, earlier there was a guy that came in here. I don't know him. First time I've seen him. He read a letter from your son. What is his name?
His name is Ron Hodge.
Oh, yeah, I know Ron. He used to be a teacher in Rhoda.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was Ron. Okay, so Ron, teacher in Rhoda, came in to read the letter from your son.
Yes.
Okay, there is information going around that you were arrested and you have a criminal record. Can you elaborate on that arrest and criminal record?
I was most certainly arrested, and I was arrested essentially because I wanted to maintain privacy on my son's behalf. He had a situation he was struggling with. It was medically related, we later found out. And eventually, when all the dust settled, they did a thorough investigation, realized that I had broken no laws, done nothing unlawful, and they released me with no charges having ever been filed. But it was quite an experience.
Okay. For the record, I want to say that I have broken contracts with Bruce, employment contract. I just want to say that. But I have no conflict, no financial, personal, direct, indirect, whatever conflict with.
I believe
Bruce.
those were the entire
But
delegation.
I just want to ask you. So there's no criminal record if we were to dig up in Florida
No.
or anywhere in the U.S. The committee will not find any criminal record
No.
that you're being charged. Or
No charges were ever filed.
what is your the standing of your bar license in Hawaii?
I'm a licensed Hawaii attorney, an active member in good standing, and you can see that on the website that's published by the Hawaii Bar Association. And what you might not see, but someone had raised this as well, was that they questioned my address and that, just as Mr. Ray just asked about my P.O. boxes today. But in the personal section, it's not accessible to the public. My address is listed as a P.O. box on Rhoda. And because I don't have a physical residence in Rhoda, I was unable to get my own post office box there. You're required to have a physical residence. And so therefore I have to take the assistance of a friend who lets me use the post office box that they have.
I noticed one of those boxes, my wife's box number.
Yes, it is.
Okay. You have to get yourself a permanent box number.
Yes, I guess I do.
What do you call that? Have you ever voted other than in the cinema? You kind of mentioned
Not since 1986. The only place that I voted is in the CNMI in the Rhoda election.
When did you last vote other than this last election? When was the latest election?
Oh, it would have been about 10 years ago.
You didn't vote in the 2018 election for the gubernatorial back then?
No, I didn't.
Were you registered to vote?
I don't know whether I was at that time or not. I think I probably was, but I don't recall because we were in the midst of the typhoon. Actually, my son and I were in the typhoon on Rhoda, and then we came to Saipan, and we got caught in the typhoon.
But you were here living at the time
I was staying in Rhoda primarily, and then
in 2018.
yes, my son stayed there, and then I came over here.
Okay. I didn't know that you're that rich. You have 18 million. Did you build 18 million? Can you elaborate on that, on the retirement fund?
He might be talking about pesos, not dollars, but no, it's settled for a fraction of that. It's settled for under six figures, but that's what you negotiate that. And my co-counsel did the same thing, and it's based on a system that the court uses, which assesses the value of your services to the client. And in our case, the original settlement value was $230 million. That's what the government was going to settle for. And when I removed it to federal court and litigated for 8 years, I increased it to $790 million. So the retirees benefited significantly. And no, I didn't get anywhere near 18 million.
So you would say that the employees actually, can you say how the employees benefited from that, the retirees?
Well, first of all, they got a much significantly higher by more than threefold the benefits. And most importantly, they got a federal judgment, a stipulated judgment, which is enforceable by the federal court system through the U.S. Marshal system. And that means that if the retirees aren't paid, the federal government can use all of its resources to take that money from various avenues or assets available to enforce judgments. And that would not have been in the case if the matter had stayed in the CNMI Superior Court.
Okay. Finally, to Tony. Tony, is there anything you else that you want to comment? Again, I want to go back to this inner island air transportation. I guess as you heard from Bruce, it's the chicken and the egg issue, and I'm happy to hear that when it comes to Rhoda issues, you're going to be part of the discussion. You're going to be involved in that, and I hope that when confirmed, you could help us with that, because it is very true that if there is a good airline service, regular frequency, that there can be more economic development, more tourism on Rhoda. And when we help Rhoda and Tinian, that means there's less subsidy, right? That means we can also get a return of all for residents back to the island, and they will come back and they will fill in the vacuum. So I know where your heart is, Tony. I know you work hard. I know you're very experienced, and I ask for your support and for your hard work. No, and gusto mo comment, will come up and comment pa, Tony.
Yeah, just to enlighten about what you were talking about in terms of the cost that's so high in Rhoda. I think also in Tinian. Bear in mind also, please, that CPA is not getting any money from legislature. We don't come up here and ask for a budget. CPA has to make money independently. It has to make a profit. It's the only agency that is expected to make profit so that it can independently operate its the operations of its goals and objective. Now, again, it's like, for example, tourists. How can tourists come here if the airport charges are too high? And I'd rather see 1,000 tourists coming in every week than only 10 or 100 with a high charge, 1,000 with a lower charge. In that way, we can, in shipping, and I think Bruce will agree with me that volume is the key to success. If we don't have the volume, might as well close down the business, and maybe that's why also the stevedore company in Rhoda is trying to survive, stay afloat because of the fees that it has to pay to CPA. Again, if you have an apartment complex and you're renting, you're a renter there. If let's say 100 apartments in that complex, you will probably rather lower your charges than to increase, and then all your tenants will run away. So it's we probably can make adjustment because if CPA gets appropriate budget from the CNMI cover, then maybe it's going to be a different story here. But bear in mind that it has also a responsibility to pay the bond indenture, and that's a lot because if I recall, we floated about $54 million, about 18 million at the airport, and a lot more down at the seaport. So we can improve the facility to entice more, ships to come and more airlines to come. That indenture is a liability, so that has to be paid as scheduled. Seaport and airport bond are two separate things, but still, the authority is responsible for those indentures.
Chair,
Senator Paul,
Tony
before you-
speaking. Last question.
Before you proceed, I'd like to take a short recess, at least 5 minutes at this time. Short recess.
Guess everybody's gone already back there.
Thank you. We are back from recess. It is now 5:37, and prior to the recess, Senator Paul Manglonia had the floor, and I will recognize Senator Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Just one or two more, and that will be it. I want to ask for the record now, because one of the concern raised by Senator Regis was Senate Committee something communication 23156, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because somebody mentioned this to me a couple of weeks ago. This had to do with the military funding of projects on Tinian. Bruce, can you comment on that? Are you anti-Tinian, or are you what recommendation did you make here that some people seem to think that way?
Oh, I made no particular recommendation. My concerns derive from the fact that as a transition team member, we were prohibited from seeing significant numbers of CPA records, despite our authorization as transition committee members, because at the 11th hour, this certain board member and their attorney demanded that we sign a confidentiality agreement, which would have conferred personal liability on the transition team members in the event of a disclosure. And that was unheard of before. None of us would sign it. So a lot of information was withheld, but we did learn that 21 million had been paid by the federal government, that roughly 18 million remained, but we couldn't get any indication as to whether those funds were to be held in reserve, because we were under the impression that the CPA would have no operational budget after September 30th of this year. And we thought, well, are they going to be held in reserve then, or are they going to be committed, or have they been committed on Tinian for exclusively Tinian projects, when, at the same time, we needed operational reserves, we thought, and there were certain projects on Saipan and Rhoda that also needed to be taken care of. For example, the condition of the terminal, passenger terminals here on Saipan, the commuter terminal, the runway light situation here and on Rhoda. And I'm certainly not averse to Tinian, and I think they've got a great opportunity over there. And the federal government is going to put $300 million into their seaport. So it was just a matter of curiosity more than anything else.
So Bruce, just like I gave Tony the opportunity, do you want to clarify anything or say anything further with my concerns about?
I'll backtrack a bit. You mentioned my use of other people's PO boxes, in particular the one on Rhoda. The reason that the way that came about was that I opened a PO box on Rhoda in 2018. It was opened for me by the former postmaster, who was a good friend, Mrs. Calvo, and at that time, the box remained in my name. However, after the typhoons hit both Rhoda and Saipan, we were forced to depart because the residence in which we were staying was destroyed. And after about a year, a new postmaster came in and contacted me and said that I had to renew it in person, and I needed a physical address at which to renew it. And I had neither of those, and I wasn't in the CNMI at the time, so I had to give that box up. Something else that was mentioned earlier was basically the number of containers coming into Rhoda. That number, I'm told, is about 14 to 16 a month. And while prices do go up, it's a cost-benefit analysis. Because fewer are shipped there, the cost will be greater. We've had trouble understanding why it should cost, I believe, more than twice as much to ship a container from Guam to Rhoda as it does from the West Coast to Guam. And we perceive that a lot of that problem arose because of the operations of the West Harbor in Rhoda. And so another alternative that had been proposed, and I've spoken with several business entities on Saipan, 3 to be exact, and they've both expressed willingness and an interest in creating an offloading area to the north of the current CPA facility at the West Harbor, using their landing craft type boats to do so, bringing their own cranes in, and charging no stevedore fee in exchange for use of that particular site. And that's something we'd like to probably explore as well. And I hadn't mentioned that before, but I wanted to make sure that you understood that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have other questions, but I want to give the opportunity to the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paul. Mr. Jorgensen, Senator Paul has brought up your incident with your son in Florida.
Mhm.
I have been aware of it for a few years now. It happened a few years ago, several years ago, in fact. But I could find no charges that were ever brought against you by the state of Florida.
No charges were ever filed.
And I could find no convictions.
No. There were no-
Um,
yeah.
Do you have, I want to remind you, you are under oath. Do you have any criminal convictions that this
No.
committee should be aware of, or the committee of the whole?
No.
Thank you. Would you have volunteered that information?
Yes, I would have.
Thank you. And I think the fact that you are still barred in the state of Hawaii, if you had a conviction, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have disbarred you had there been a complaint to the bar. Is that correct?
If it rose to the level of being disbarred, yes, they most certainly would, without hesitation.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I just have a request. Maritime, ever since I got in the Senate, maritime matters have become a passion of mine now. I'm following a case in District Court of Washington, D.C. And because I'm working on an initiative to lower the cost of goods to Tinian and Rhoda, particularly by capitalizing on our Jones Act waiver embedded in our covenant with the United States. And I have brought this up to CPA officials, in fact. And one of the things is that should you be confirmed, both Mr. Cabrera and Mr. Jorgensen, should you guys be confirmed by the committee of the whole, I would like to respectfully request that you include the legislature in conversations pertaining to maritime and or issues that affect the covenant. In fact, the federal case that I'm following has the potential, and in fact, I believe there has already been a ruling and a rider that was inserted in a 2017 law that violates our covenant. And I've brought this issue up to several government officials, including the governor, the attorney general, and I did a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act, to the Maritime Administration, and I recently got those documents, which I will be sharing with the attorney general. And this lawsuit is from Matson versus U.S. Department of Transportation. It's, I think, the 5th lawsuit they filed against the U.S. Department of Transportation. And I think in one of the rulings that came out, or guidances that came out of the U.S. CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, I think violates our covenant. So I'm very, very interested in that particular case. Should you be confirmed, I respectfully request that you include members of the legislature who have an interest in these issues, Commonwealth-wide issues. Like I said, I brought it up to CPA officials, but they continue. Our government, and this is a government-wide issue that I'm seeing, or we're seeing at the legislature, is that department agencies work in silos and do not necessarily communicate with other agencies that may be affected as well. So that's my request to both of you, should you be confirmed. Mr. Cabrera, you mentioned that the Saipan stevedoring company, Ship, I think, is that correct?
No.
Saipan.
Saipan shipping is the shipping part. Saipan stevedoring is the
Is the
stevedoring.
stevedoring part. So I'm talking about, I want to get into the stevedoring part. You said they have, they provide security for the facility, right?
Yes.
At Charlie Dock. Do they charge CPA for this, or is it embedded in their contract that they're supposed to provide?
No, ma'am. The reason why they provide the security is because the general cargo area at the port of Saipan is considered a quarantine area. Like there's a word used, like contagious area. that no one is permitted to go in,
Mhm.
without any authorization to other than just to claim their cargo. Remember that everything now is containerized,
Mhm.
so no warehousing like years ago, and container cargos can also be vandalized, with
Mhm.
what do you call that? Yeah, and then and stuff in there can be stolen, and stevedore is liable for that.
Okay.
So they have to provide security at the gate and roving patrol also.
Okay. I want to understand.
CPA is
what that-
responsible for the premises.
Okay. And is this similar to the stevedoring services provided in Rhoda that you are aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but if RT&T is smart enough, they should have their own security system. But when somebody comes to claim their cargo, they should allow that person to go right in there and claim it. And this should be operating on a 24/7, like the Port of Saipan. Um, I think except for Sundays, holidays. But normally, they would be down there if during the government working hours because of the customs and quarantine to avoid charges like overtime.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. I just wanted to understand stevedoring in general. I have no further questions at this time. I think the Senators Donald and Magnolia have adequately asked those issues that I had in mind. So it'd be redundant if I were to ask you, but I will recognize Senator Donald Magnolia for the final round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cabrera, are you aware of any problems or issues within the Saipan Seaport?
Um, that's why we have that master concession agreement. So the authority respects that, and whatever that is spelled in there, that's their responsibility. We have our own responsibility too, as a landlord. So we have the landlord and the tenant relationship, and it's all down in the master concession agreement.
Right, I understand. But just in general, like maybe from the community, any concerns in surrounding the management of the seaport
Well,
with the stevedoring company and the shipping
Um,
company?
yes, Senator. Right after the Saipan Ship Harbor Improvement Project was completed, we had to barricade the whole place. And in the old days, people would go down with their fishing gears and go down to the dockside and catch a tulay. But after we secured everything, our stevedore also secured because of the chain link fence and everything, they got mad. They really went against CPA. Um, but eventually time passed, and they understand already that, because even the Coast Guard came in and says this is considered a quarantine and contagious area, meaning only stevedoring operation in here. And also in our bond indenture and the insurance will not allow us to conduct those kind of activities because there is a lot of liability. We had an incident, and that was it. That's the one that broke the camel's back. There were families that went in there, and they were drinking and having fun and also fishing, and a child fell down on the dock side, which is about 8 feet high. And you know what they did? They threw down the picnic table, which was wooden, so that the boy could hang on there as a life raft. Uh, And then that was it. We just put down the porch police and say no more. And so the community look after, they blame those people. See what you did, because of you guys. Now we cannot go in and fish. But again, it was a blessing in disguise for CPA, because it's hard to go against the community when that's public area. But again, on our insurance underwriters will increase our insurance premium because of those activities. And so
Yeah,
we
no, I
resolved that.
understand, and it sounds like they run a tight ship now after having gone through all those experiences. But just we've heard so much concerns and surrounding like the rota stevedoring as well as the rota, the ports. But I wanted to see if there's kind of like the same kind of issues that Saipan residents are experiencing with accessing the port and the services that these companies provide.
Yeah, especially now when this Homeland Security kick in, you cannot enter the port without that federal ID. It's called
TWIC.
TWIC, Transportation Workers Identification Card. So if you don't have that, you have no business in there.
What about, just follow up, what about with rates being advertised or publicized? Is that a requirement under the Saipan?
Supposedly.
Under the agreement, anything filed with the FMC Maritime Commission should be filed, and Cy Steve and Tinian Steve, theirs are quite easy to find online. Our TNTs, I was unable to find. Dozens of other maritime experts weren't able to find, and I finally accessed it through Lee Cabrera at Cy Steve, who was able to find them, and I think they were last published about 12 years ago. It's been quite a while. And yeah, there are significant disparities between the way the ports are operated on Saipan and Tinian versus the way it's being operated on Rota.
If somebody were to sue Saipan stevedoring, who would defend them? CPA. If somebody were to sue Seaport, CPA, who is going to defend them?
If Cy Steve or Cy Ship is sued, they would defend themselves. And if CPA were involved in that suit, CPA would have to defend itself as well. If somebody challenged the agreement between RT&T and Saipan and CPA, it's obvious that there were concerns from the outset, because there's a provision in that lease that says if anybody challenges this on anti-monopoly grounds or on failure to adhere to procurement rules and regs, such as requests for proposals or sole source bidding, then RT&T is obligated to pay for the defense of CPA. So that's a pretty big distinction.
Thank you. I just wanted to see like a comparison in regards to some of the concern, if there are any, with the way operations are going on here on Saipan versus the way it is on Rota or Tinian. Just one question that revolves around the wharfage fees. In the past, I think that was suspended under the with the intention to kind of alleviate some of that burden on the consumers. But it seems to be like whether, I don't know, I'm not sure whether companies or businesses took advantage and still charge the same price as they would if there were the wharfage fees. And CPA relies heavily on what the revenues that they can receive from those wharfage fees. And so as board members, I mean, is that something that should remain suspended, or is it something that could be assessed in order to kind of address other situations that might assist the air side of the operations?
I'm not certain if they've been reinstated or not, but I do know that they recently, within the last year or so, published a new set of rates and tariffs for payable to CPA for example, entering Rota's West Harbor. And one of those is a port entry fee. And it's interesting because I was told by one of by one of the operators on Rhoda who ferries goods from Saipan and Guam, that he's not charged that fee when he enters coming from Saipan, but he is charged that fee when he enters through from Guam. And so one of the things I'd like to look at if I'm appointed to the board is whether we could waive port entry fees, for example, for boats that are registered on Rhoda to Rhoda residents. And that would be a de minimis loss of revenue to CPA, but it would be substantial to the small guys who are operating.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's something that you can look at. It's going to be kind of difficult to see how we can provide an exemption when it's not we're not affording Saipan the same opportunity. But then again, it's just ways in which CPA can generate enough revenue to continue its operations, and just understanding our lone air transportation within the CNMI and trying to address the issue of their rate increases, as we've seen with what's going to happen in August with the Rhoda Guam route. I think part of that may be a result of the cost of having a CBP officer on Rhoda being passed on to the consumers. And so, we're trying to see how we can, or if both of you are confirmed, I think maybe the wharfage fees is another area that you can again look into to see if the benefit is still there to have it suspended, or it's much needed for CPA to continue to operate while at the same time trying to fund the necessary renovations that are needed to address issues like even the Rhoda Airport, for one. I'm not sure how recently either of you have traveled down there, but the whether there's funding for it, there seems to be a slow or a delayed response to trying to get some renovations going on at the Rhoda Airport. The ceiling is, I think, made of roofing tin or similar material, but it's rusty to the point where it might be unsafe for our traveling passengers. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator? I guess the reason why we have all those kinds of complexities and issues is because it is the way the tariff is written. That if you bring a cargo from Guam, even if that cargo from Guam is also charged Guam wharfage fees, because it has to come from the West. And if it's for Rhoda and it lands in Saipan and waited for the next ship to go to Rhoda, it will be charged wharfage fee also, because it's passing through the port. Any cargo that passes through the port is levied that tariff. Now, again, these ports here in the CNMI all operating on independently also, and that's why it's because it's written down in the tariff regulation, and that if that cargo arrives to Rhoda, they will charge CPA will charge you for that wharfage.
No, I think that was suspended back in 2016. Inner Island.
Inner Island.
Yeah,
I
they suspended
heard
the
about
wharfage fee.
that it was suspended, or I don't know whether reduced or what.
And there was discussion to see if they can bring it back so that CPA can generate some revenue. And so, that's another thing that you can, as board members, if confirmed, can look into. Thank you.
Senators, it's my understanding that the roof on the terminal in Rhoda is going to be repaired in the near future. I learned that from a Docomo representative. They have a tower on top of the roof, and they wanted to repair the tower, and were told they needed to wait because the roof is going to be repaired soon. And once it's repaired, they can take care of the tower situation.
But do you happen to know how long that discussion has been going on?
I don't know, but I'll find out if I'm confirmed.
Thank you.
Bruce, it's been maybe almost 8 years that we've been using the cargo section door to enter the Rota Airport. We we have to repair the main entrance when you arrive to Rota. So when you say that it's going to be repaired, you too, if you are confirmed, you need to put pin on the dates because those are concerns that makes us all frustrated because here we are 5 years after the typhoon and they're just starting work on the commuter terminal. So it still feels like we're recovering from the typhoon 5 years later. CPA owe the money and they still haven't done it. And the signage at the airport on Rhoda, Benjamin, Taisakan, Manglonia is still, maybe 2 letters remain up there, and then they have mildew and black, stuff on the ceiling and the walls, and the money's there. So Tony, you need to help us, please. CPA board, 2 weeks ago, I was going to the States. I'm lining up to go through the immigration. There's 3 pockets capturing the leakage from the air conditioning. And I just came in the other day and it's still there. 3 buckets to catch the leak from the air conditioning. How can we promote our island when we see that today happening? No. Thank you very much. No more, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple more. I'm sorry. Just follow-ups of what has recently been mentioned by Senator Donald Manglonia. With respect to Tinian stevedoring, are any of you aware if the Tinian stevedoring company also has a similar provision in their contract with CPA that if for any reason a lawsuit was filed, that the stevedoring company would pay for the defense of CPA?
I don't know. I can find out. My prediction would be that they do not because of the different natures of the agreements. It's my understanding that Tinian Stevedore has purely a management agreement. That is, they manage the port, but it's open for use by others. And so therefore there would be far less likelihood of a challenge based on an anti-monopoly claim of that sort.
One other important thing that I forgot to ask you, Mr. Jorgensen, in the letter from Senator Dennis Mendiola, which we received, my office received this morning, and with the petition attached, the first thing they highlight out of 3 is the lack of community participation. And I quote, Mr. Jorgensen's absence in community affairs raises concerns regarding his understanding of and dedication to the needs of and interests of the residents of Rhoda. Can you answer that allegation?
I think from his perspective, it seems sensible when he said it, but what he's unaware of is, and I've discussed this with others, including some of the Rhoda delegation, even if I cannot reside on Rhoda during the remainder of the term that I'm going to fill, I will have weekly Zoom sessions that I hope to set up through the mayor's office so that the community can speak with me on a weekly basis, and then visit Rhoda once a month to be there in person and view things for myself and have some community input that way. I don't think that's been done before. And I think that's some of the problem that's behind, for example, the things that you mentioned need to be done at the airport. It's not communicated frequently, often enough, and there's no two-way communication. I hope to get things moving and improved within a year. And I will say this, many of the current board members willingly submitted courtesy resignations after Governor Torres was elected and requested those courtesy resignations. For some reason, they chose not to do it when Governor Palacios asked for their resignations. If I don't make progress within a year, my courtesy resignation is sought. I will submit it.
Thank you so much.
Well, just to follow up, basically what the comment, Bruce, and I wish you can focus in, is that that's a good plan what you're saying, but you have no connection to Rhoda prior to today. Last, can you answer
Well,
that?
I have 38 years of connection. As I said, I've lived there off and on throughout the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, and then there's a gap. And then from 2018, my son has land holdings there. He's hoping to build me a retirement home there. I would be living there now if I were able to do so. But under the current economic situation, it's just not possible.
One were to challenge your voting and your residency requirement legally, are you qualified legally? You think
Absolutely.
you can succeed in that?
Absolutely. The term that comes into play is there's a difference between residence and domicile. You can have 10 residences. Larry Hillblum had residences all over the world, but only one domicile. The domicile is the place you intend to return to and remain indefinitely. And for me, that place is Rhoda.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. One last thing, I promise. You have documents there with you, a contract you mentioned. Would you please provide us a copy of that?
I certainly will. I believe Senator Paul has a copy already.
And what's the other document
Uh,
you have there?
copies of letters that were submitted on my behalf.
Oh, okay. So just the contract is what
Yeah.
I'm interested in. I'd like
Actually,
to read it.
I've tabbed it pretty heavily. And what I'll do is when I give it to you, I'll explain to you what each of the concerns is that relates to these tabbed areas.
Okay.
All right. And I have submitted a request to CPA in relation to much of this. They have responded, and I can give you copies of that as well.
Okay, that would help us. Thank you. I have nothing further for the nominees. And at this time, we've gone through a lot of the issues that were raised in the petition that was submitted to my office this morning. And I think your responses have been satisfactory to this committee. There can be no doubt as to your educational and professional standing and your qualifications to serve as a board member of Commonwealth Ports Authority. Similarly, Mr. Cabrera also has the experience and the education to be a contributing member of the Commonwealth Ports Authority, and it'll be the privilege of this committee to advance your nomination to the full Senate to recommend confirmation. I just want to leave you with those parting words, and you are hereby dismissed. Thank you for tolerating us up until
Thank you. It's
6
been an
p.m.
honor to be considered and addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda is miscellaneous. Does anybody have anything? I just wanted to announce that our next EAGI meeting has already been called to convene tomorrow, July 27th, beginning at 10 a.m. to hear the administration's nomination of Ms. Vina Claire Saris Azuzu, nominated for the Northern Marianas Housing Corporation. That's all I have, and I would like to recognize Senator Donald Maglonia for the proper motion to adjourn today's meeting.
So move subject to the call of the chair.
Do I hear a second? Thank you, Senator Senators Maglonia. And this meeting is hereby adjourned. It is now 6:11 p.m.